In an age where technology and Wi-Fi has never been so accessible, it seems like every day we look into new ways to entertain ourselves, aka brain rot. Brain rot seems to be the term to use when we as people need constant dopamine to circulate through us by different media, and it's looked at as an issue today, which it is.
It's not cool to be bad.
It is cool. You know why?
Why?
Because I'm just trying to be like my idol,
Who your idol?
King Von.
What the fuck?
Back then, I would say 2005 through 2019, around this era, technology has been used to help us in our everyday lives. TVs could only be used with cable to stream shows by companies, but now TVs can connect to our phones to show anything we want. Modern cars now must have constant GPS and Bluetooth installed into them, as we as society rely on those things to get us through our daily lives when transporting anywhere. We have never been more in control of what we as people consume, yet we are constantly looking for the next thing instead of appreciating what we have now. What does this have to do with the title of the video? I'll tell you in a bit, but this showing of media improvement has always been a thing even back then. We used to kill people for fun in the late 18th century, just because we can. Standoffs weren't necessarily legal, yet people were willing to risk it because they had nothing to do. Imagine working in a coal mine surrounded by sweaty men who haven't showered in a month, while seeing someone die from a scab wound, then coming back to your rotten wooden shack with your chopped wife who hasn't showered in months. I would want to kill someone for fun too. The point is, society constantly needs entertainment to strive going forward. We need a reason for why we're doing this, and as technology grows, so does entertainment. Either from combat, through literature, through music, through screenplays, it doesn't matter. Media for entertainment will strive as long as we strive. Which brings me to my next point, video games. Video games have become the most popular entertainment media and is the second youngest form of media after social media, with the first video game coming out in 1958 and the first social media we know today coming out in 1998. This is a generalization though, not a full deep dive into internet lore. Video games, when they became more accessible to the public, started as arcade machines. The concept was simple. Put in a quarter, you're given a set amount of lives, and if you die, then that's it. For a machine meant to steal your money, people loved it. It was simple and cheap for the consumer, yet people couldn't get enough of it. The ability to control something in a digital world gave people power in a metaphorical sense without risking it all. All it costed was a quarter. Companies wanted to get a hold of this and decided to introduce consoles. The problem was, they never took into consideration the difficulty that arcade games had, and we were given a roster of old games with artificial difficulty that sent you back to the start of the game, or level, depending how generous the game was. Due to either wanting to pan out as many hours as possible, or the lack of consideration, companies just made back-to-back unfair games, yet we still love them. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, in theory, can be beaten in 20 minutes, but right after, you take multiple hours, or days, or even months of failing to even beat the game once. The reason why these games were so difficult was because it was all artificial difficulty. As soon as they realized we wanted to actually beat the games without wasting 5 months of our lives, companies started to adjust and take their time with games. Without going into detail at every possible era of video games difficulty, I'm going to get into the meat of the point and say that the best era of difficulty for games was around Xbox 360 and PS3 era. Right before this era, it seems like we were actually getting close to getting the sweet spot with games like Mario 64 or Sunshine being the golden standard for video game difficulty. Companies were still relying on artificial difficulty in some way regardless until the era of Xbox 360 and PS3 games came out. I find this era the peak of balancing when it came to difficulty. Companies managed to find the sweet spot between RNG artificial difficulty and fair difficulty that rewarded the player's experimentation. Hey there, Future Dafavi here. I needed to extend this point more after rewatching this section. Yes, I'm being biased here, but for good reason. I grew up with this era, but I did experience the PS2 era for a bit. I still prefer this era more because I was actually born to experience it. The PS2 is older than me somehow, so I didn't even get a chance to experience that era during its prime. For the sake of argument, I'm going to include the era here because now that I think about it, that era also did difficulty well and was a step up from the PS1 era of games. I think the best example of this era of difficulty is Halo 3. Halo really shined during the Xbox 360 era with the release of Reach and 3. Halo 3 nailed the difficulty aspect of the game. The game does have difficulty options, but it feels like they put a lot of consideration into how enemies work with the increased stats. The more noticeable change in difficulty is when you play on Legendary for the first time. The enemies are very rough to you, especially range forms, brutes, and jackals. You can't tank the damage with the increased stats, and you need to strategize how you're going to deal with the buffed up enemies. you notice that weapons that you prioritized in past playthroughs aren't really effective, like the MA5C. You run through ammo quicker, and you can't risk looting enemies during a fight without a plan, so ranged and plasma weapons are more valuable either because of the damage output or the ammo capacity they have. Grenades are more of a luxury on Legendary because they need to clear out harder sections, so a missed grenade can ruin a run if you don't have equipment for it. Once you play enough, Legendary becomes the norm for you, and the other difficulties just don't come close to that challenge. Actually a good thing, because if you want to play casually, then you can lower the difficulty for more breeze experience. If you want an even harder experience, you can activate certain or all skulls to change up the formula, like either making your HUD invisible to you or make the enemies more tanky. This is a more of an optional experience, and the game doesn't force you to play it. It's more of a side thing you can do after playing for a long time. You only really do it for bragging rights more than anything, but I still wanted to point it out because Lasso is still a very fun challenge to the player if they really want to push themselves further. And the change to Legendary to Lasso is another jump in difficulty because every enemy is a threat instead of certain enemies. Basically, Halo 3 rewards you for putting in effort to learn its mechanics and creating strategies to overcome levels. Yes, you could argue that's every game ever with a difficulty option. Halo 3 is just one of many examples of difficulty being considered where you feel rewarded for completing its game. Even if the game isn't the hardest out there, it's still a good challenge available to the player that doesn't ruin the game's quality, and you don't feel like you're getting nothing out of it besides a trophy with reasons I stated. I could have brought up Dark Souls for this point of games that don't have difficulty options, though I wanted to use Halo 3 because it's the first Halo game I ever played, and Dark Souls would have been an obvious choice. I also wanted to point out that games with difficulty options could still have difficulty be balanced no matter the difficulty level, while also retaining the gameplay loop it has. If you want more examples, there's the Arkham series, Infamous, Metal Gear Solid 4, God of War, Kingdom Hearts 2, etc, etc. These games aren't the hardest, but the increased difficulty options don't ruin the gameplay of these games because the developers took into consideration how the NPCs or enemies are going to work. If you want examples of games that don't have difficulty options, there's Dark Souls obviously, Demon Souls, Portal, and Mario Galaxy are my top choices for this. After this era, the gaming scene took a shift in its difficulty to focus on other aspects to allow for more broad audience. It's due to many factors. The gaming scene has always been a growing media, and during the release of the Xbox One and PS4 era, it really showed that companies were wanting to try to capture as many people as possible now with games. The main focus was to make games more accessible in the hopes of capturing audiences' attention en masse. Story narrative games were able to shine like Red Dead 2 or indie games, but it came with a cost. Difficulty started to become less prioritized, which really affected games' quality at times. The gaming team's non-stop growth meant companies need to pump out games more frequently to get the attention of gamers, since gamers always want the next big thing. This leads to companies prioritizing certain aspects of games, time constraints, and overworking, which in turn started a trend of games releasing in a buggy mess, with a day one patch to compensate for the buggy release. And because companies want a mass audience, difficulty isn't always thought out thoroughly. It's either, let's make the game as easy as possible, or let's include a difficulty option, but we won't test the games long enough to see if every difficulty option works. It's kind of obvious some of these games were meant to be played with one difficulty option, yet the other difficulty options don't complement the gameplay loop. Because of other priorities, difficulty during this era really took a toll for games. While yes, it did allow for more indie games to strive, difficulty consideration was now on last priority. Whether it was for the best or not is up to you. Now, the main question becomes this: what makes a good game? And should a game's difficulty be a factor determining whether a game is fun or not? Let's get into the first question. To talk about what makes a good game is simple at first, yet takes an unnecessary complexity when this topic is brought up in the gaming sphere. In any media, you're going to disagree on someone on what you deem as good and what the other penis. I was gonna say penis with the other. In any media, you're going to disagree on someone on what you deem as good and what the other person deems as good. Even though the Friend movies are critically bad from the eyes of a nerd-ass movie enthusiast, a real movie enjoyer like myself can say these movies are actually pretty good whenever you don't take them as seriously. With video games though, there's two answers when it comes to determining if a game's good: a simple one and a complex one. The simple answer for this question is, did you have fun with it? If the answer is yes, then the game is good. You spent your money and time wisely and enjoyed the game enough that you dictate it as a good game. Even if other people say it wasn't good, it doesn't matter to you because you enjoyed it. It's the same reason why my other friends enjoy Monster Hunter, but I don't. I might not enjoy it, but my friends do. So the game is good. I recognize that and realize that the game isn't for me. It's still a good game, just not for me. The complex answer is factors and variety that games offer nowadays. Games went from start here and end here to now being so complex from their ancient predecessors that it seems unreal. One game's gameplay is going to have different goals than another game's goals. Story, music, gameplay loop, direction, etc. are factors that give games their variety. One game might focus on one of these things, while others might try to give a balance of all these things. The quality of these factors are determined on how much effort, money, and passion are given to these projects when they are in development. One factor that I don't see is playtime when determining a game's quality. Is your most played game of all time your favorite? You might say yes, but what if the game isn't? Should your playtime reflect on your personal opinion on a game? I have over 600 hours in Genshin Impact, sadly. Yet I will confidently say that it's a dog shit game. Not because I'm a bandwagon, but because when you actually play the game, it's fun at first, until a certain point where the game wants you to log in every day to play and punishes you for being gone for a long period of time. Repetitive artificial gameplay, no endgame content, no skip button, specifically this, and a whiny fanbase that are unhappy when a woman character is added and not a dilf that's shirtless with his cock out. I regret putting so much hours and money into the game just to get shafted with poor treatment. Even though I regret putting hours in Genshin, I don't regret putting hours into the Uncharted series. I've only played it once for each game, yet I can confidently say it's better than Genshin even with its small playtime. Other people can disagree, and that's okay. Having different views lets us know what people might want in games and why it's so hard to compare games that are so different from each other. That's why difficulty might be the answer to help us open a gate of conversation, which goes into my second question earlier. Should a game's difficulty determine if a game is good or determine the quality of it? Again, a simple and complex answer. Simple answer is no, absolutely not. A game's quality should not be determined by a game's difficulty. Not every game needs to have a high gap that a player has to overcome, is what everyone would say. Me though, I say yes, which goes into my complex answer. A game's difficulty is one main factor that determines the quality of the game's gameplay loop. Whether it has zero difficulty or maximum difficulty, every game has some sort of difficulty, whether intentional or not. It's why multiplayer and fighting games are in a weird place when difficulty is brought up. The difficulty is determined by the player you face, and why skill-based matchmaking is a heated conversation, especially fighting games specifically. Why do I get a burst of confidence seeing Sonic Fox demolish people in Mortal Kombat, yet when I do it, I get humbled quick? Fighting games are just so hard to get into due to the skill gap it possesses. That's not even including cheese characters, network problems, new trolls, frame data, and learning gap. Mario Odyssey is praised as a 10 out of 10 game, when realistically it's just filler garbage. Okay, that's too harsh. I still mean it though. Nintendo advertised Odyssey as a sequel to Sunshine and 64 when it goes against the philosophies those games have. In 64, the levels are catered to the star locations, and the developers basically made each star their own unique quest where you have to figure out how to reach each star, with each being different from each other. This creates a fair difficulty. Some stars take some progression further into the game to get, or just as simple as collecting 100 coins. You don't even need to collect every star, you just need 70, but the game encourages you to try stuff that might work so you can get a star reward. You might be inclined to collect only 70, yet your curiosity wonders if there's more, and gets you as the player to collect more even if there's no need to. Mario Odyssey tries to do the same thing with the opposite formula, though it fails because of how uninspiring a lot of the moons are. You only need 124 moons to beat the game, so explain to me why there's almost 900 moons, with a lot of them constantly being given to you with little effort. The only unique moons are the ones tied to discovering new areas for the first time. The game tries to encourage you to explore, but why would you explore further than I have to if I'm being constantly given moons? You might say the game isn't trying to force you to beat it and wants you to explore like in 64. Then why is there almost 7 times the moons necessary to beat the game if we only need 124? 64 has you collect half of the total stars with many ways to get them in a fun way that makes sense, unlike Odyssey. Why call this a successor when the game takes a step back on what 64 did and tries to do something different, yet fails since everything you do gives you a moon? You breathe, moon. You walk, moon. You can even just buy moons. The game tries to make you explore until you realize you don't need many moons to move to the next area. And even if they increase the minimum, it will be seen as artificial difficulty if the game forces you to collect even half the moons of its max requirements, which it still does since you get a harder Bowser boss fight collecting every moon. So Nintendo basically shoots itself in the foot no matter what they did, because of their lack of consideration of difficulty by penning out as much filler to increase playtime. Mario Odyssey takes a step back instead of altering the footsteps of what 64 did. The game is cool in theory, but edges you the whole time that there's something more when there isn't. It's why difficulty should be a factor when considering gameplay loop. Nintendo tries to give us a fast-paced gameplay loop, rewarding inspiration and curiosity. It failed for me since the game is too generous with its moon and too lacking with its requirements. Your game's difficulty will determine how you revolve its gameplay, whether you realize it or not. It's why I say difficulty determines a game's quality, even if you disagree. A game's difficulty can either help expand its gameplay elements or ruin it. It's all up to us as a consumer to determine whether it's good for the game or not, because an easy game with no difficulty can still be as good when it's executed well, like any other high difficulty game. What does this all have to do with Sekiro Shadows Die Twice? Why did I have to ramble about game's difficulty? Because in my opinion, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice is the best game FromSoft has ever made, and not only that, it is the best game ever created. Sekiro represents a golden standard in video game difficulty that the Xbox 360/PS3 era represented that was lost in time until Sekiro came out, that a game can be difficult yet fair with its gameplay loop. Acceptable. Let's get started. I just want to give a fair warning for this section. So when I was recording, I didn't realize my fire alarm was going off. Well, I did realize, but that was like halfway into the recording because my brain has gotten so used to just, muting it away. So like you're gonna hear that, not throughout the whole video, just within just this section of the criticism part of Sekiro. That's it. After that, trust me, it'll be gone. So don't think you're going crazy. It's just my thing going off. So I'm gonna cover the parts in Sekiro where it lacks, because even though it's a masterpiece in gaming, everything can be improved upon. These reasons are more like nitpicks than anything, due to none of these reasons actually dragging the game down, only being reasons where FromSoft can apply more of what they know into the series while keeping Sekiro how it is. The first thing I'm going to cover is the story. The story of Sekiro begins with a cinematic cutscene of a nation named Ashina colliding into war with neighboring groups. The cutscene takes place in the Goku era of Japan, making this the most modern storyline of any FromSoft project, with other titles being set in a fantasy world or even in an undisclosed time period. Ashina takes this victory with the help of Isshin leading their way. At this time, a man named Owl finds a war orphan who wants to be killed due to the trauma that the war has brought. Owl decides to adopt the boy and names him Wolf. Later in the present time, Owl entrusts Wolf to become a right-hand man of Ashina's next ruler, a boy named Kuro. Owl tells Wolf that even though Kuro is his new master, he is his #1 priority and Kuro is #2. After the cutscene, we wake up in a pit. You make your way to recover Kuro from being kidnapped, and you find him, saying to Kuro that it's their time to leave. The two make their way through a secret passage, with Kuro revealing they are planning to leave Ashina. It's unknown why, but Wolf complies. The two are stopped by a man named Genichiro who won't let them through, so Wolf decides to face him. In your very first gameplay, this is a scripted loss that ends with Wolf losing his arm. If you manage to beat him, a flying projectile will catch you off guard and gives Genichiro the drop to still give him the win. Genichiro at this point is a warrior who ignores ethics and honor for a win, just to give you a hint of who he is. You wake up in a temple with a man sculpting Buddha figures. He tells you it's been a few days since the incident and gives you a prosthetic hand, introducing a new gameplay element. You go off to look for Kuro and get into Ashina Castle, and it's very apparent quickly that Ashina is in the middle of a war, with guards being on high alert throughout the game. You make your way through guards and giant snakes to get to the entrance of Ashina Castle, but is being guarded by a general named Gyobu Oniwa. Once you get past him and a mini-boss, you get access to Ashina Castle, and you make your way to the top, with Kuro giving a whistle sound to tell Wolf where he is. Once you make your way to the top, it's revealed that Genichiro is the older sibling of Kuro, and that he didn't want Kuro to leave Ashina, with Kuro possessing immortality. Once you defeat Genichiro by dealing a finishing blow, he gets back up surviving the attack by saying he drank the water correlated to immortality, and leaves pledging to achieve immortality. Wolf reunites with Kuro, stating that they have to leave Ashina now. Kuro says otherwise. The reason why there's so much conflict in between the family is because of Kuro's immortality and Wolf obtaining multiple lives due to Kuro granted him that access that Kuro's brother wanted the most at this point of time, before the climax of the war hits. Kuro asks Wolf to break his iron code to serve him full time to break the immortality severance that curses Kuro, and we refuse initially. Kuro does at least convince Wolf to help him find the items he needs to break the severance. We ask Emma and Isshin on how we can break this severance. We need 3 items: the immortality blade, Lotus of the Palace, and Shelter Stone, all locked behind bosses. In FromSoft fashion, nothing happens cinematic wise, and we get more lore hints through item descriptions as well as NPCs along the way. I will get back to that point later. Anyways, after collecting all 3 items, you can't access Ashina Castle from the idols you collected previously, only the one through the tunnel behind Ashina Castle. Once you make it back, you notice that Ashina Castle is being raided by the Federation of Japan. Not exactly them, but it's hinted that it's them due to the time and year that sets place in Sekiro. So you make your way back to the top and find Owl waiting at the top. Before you confront him, Owl is talking to Kuro saying he is here to pledge his loyalty to him. Kuro doesn't believe this and tells him to leave. Owl says he'll leave once he talks to Wolf first. Kuro leaves and you confront your father about what transpired, as well as being surprised that he is still alive because of that night. Owl tells Wolf that he is alive and well, but he requires the dragon's blood, aka Kuro's immortality, to start the reign to take over Ashina. You're given 2 options: betray Kuro or forsake the Iron Code. In your very first playthrough of Sekiro, you'll be forced to pick forsake the Iron Code option, but after you're done, you'll be able to pick the other one. For now though, we're just gonna go through the base story of the game, so I'll talk about the endings later. Owl is distraught, asking why Wolf would break the Iron Code. Wolf tells him that this is the path he has chosen and turns his back on his father. Owl weeps while taking out his blade and tries to sneak attack Wolf. Wolf sees through this and parries his attack. Once you defeat Owl, you meet up back with Kuro, telling him what just happened. Kuro is sorry for making Wolf betray his father, but Wolf understands what had to be done. You burn the essence to start the immortality severance process, and just need one more thing, which is the dragon's tear. You make your way to get it, and eventually defeat the dragon correlated with the immortality curse that plagues Ashina by stabbing the dragon's eye with the mortal blade. You get transported back to Ashina Castle directly, and discover that Ashina is in all hell, with the raids getting even worse. Emma is sitting by a dead Isshin's corpse passing away right before the raids due to poor health, and gives you the key to the secret entrance from the beginning of the game, telling you to save Kuro. Once you get there, Genichiro waits for you, reflecting the scenario of the start of the game. He challenges Wolf for his immortality pact, with Kuro as a last resort to save Ashina from destruction. He fails and does one last action. He stabs himself with a black blade he possesses, with a corpse coming out of him. The blade possesses the power to bring back any dead person from the afterlife, and chooses Isshin in his prime state to save Ashina. Isshin still has his memories, but is forced to follow Genichiro's wishes due to either forced contract from the black blade or because Genichiro sacrificed his life for Ashina. Regardless, he fights Wolf for the sake of Ashina and Kuro's immortality. After defeating Isshin, you confront Kuro and take his life to cut off his immortality permanently, ending the story of Sekiro. This is the base playthrough of Sekiro, and the base story you will have to experience if you play it normally. Now, my criticism of the story isn't the story itself, it's the way the story is presented. What do I mean? So FromSoft storytelling has been different from the other way media is shown. They follow the principle of showing, not telling, as a base format to present the story and lore of their games. Most famously, a lot of the lore is shown by item descriptions and placement of items throughout the game. Location and environmental structure is also important, as they show us how the area came to be or what relevance they have of being there. The way an area is built in a FromSoft game has always followed the mindset of complementing story with gameplay. The example of this is Anor Londo in DS1. Throughout the first half, you have NPCs telling us how grand Anor Londo is, and once you reach there, it doesn't disappoint. Anor Londo presents itself as a grand castle that has stood the test of time, away from the catastrophes of DS1 that has plagued every other civilization in Dark Souls. The gameplay complements this by having you climb the big areas that Anor Londo is showing us. Every step inside of Anor Londo means certain death, with areas having you balance yourself on beams, large soldiers jumping at you every corner JJK style, or the duo of Ornstein and Smo butt fucking you for 2 hours straight. The actions you make changes everything, either killing Guinevere or entering the fog wall where Gwendolyn's fine resides. This is the issue that Sekiro lore and storytelling lies at. They try to follow the structure of their old games in storytelling specifically, when it doesn't complement Sekiro's gameplay. I know Sekiro is more gameplay oriented, but sometimes the lore of Sekiro doesn't match up with the actual gameplay. In the beginning of the game, outside of Ashina's castle, we're introduced with stealth sections trying to show that Wolf is a ninja and not a samurai, yet they abandoned this fast, going more into sword action, which was a good call mostly because it works. Though they still push this type of gameplay with the giant snake areas, but it doesn't work. I feel like Sekiro's storytelling would have benefited more by having a more direct storytelling. I know it's already direct in some ways, it could have still gone more into it. Instead of us speculating on stuff like Kuro's past, Owl's motivations, and most importantly Tomoe herself, they could have given us actual cutscenes or cinematics that would have expanded on the lore of Sekiro. Sekiro is FromSoft's only project that they've abandoned the core gameplay of their Souls-like games for a more faster, combat-heavy oriented one, yet their storytelling didn't follow suit, which I felt like they should have at least changed some stuff. I'm not saying the story of Sekiro is bad or the areas themselves are bad, far from it. Sekiro has amazing lore and story, but is dragged down following the same structure as Dark Souls when it could have done a more direct approach. Tomoe is the most important character in Sekiro, with her training Genichiro, her grave being at Ashina Castle, and speculation of her cutting the dragon's arm with the black blade. For someone so important, we get no actual story content, which doesn't make sense for someone being referred to so much. She's the Vike and Gudix Lundir of Sekiro, except she's not hidden away like they are at times. All the information we get of her is directly involved with the quest to get another permanent life and an alternate ending to save Kuro, yet it feels like background information, with Emma just giving us something to read and describing her at her gravesite. FromSoft could have given us direct information by cutscene or some sort of gameplay style that put us in the perspective of Tomoe in some way. Sekiro could have been an opportunity to change their regular formula to give us more live cutscenes that complemented the gameplay style of Sekiro. Imagine instead of just talking to Emma, we got a full cinematic of Tomoe's life story that complemented to the quest to understand who Tomoe is as a person and why she is a moving factor towards the story. We could have gotten a full understanding of the relationship Genichiro and Tomoe had with the student-master dynamic, but we don't. I see Tomoe as the Toji of Sekiro, except she didn't abandon her son. Now, I'm not saying FromSoft's formula of brief storytelling is bad, absolutely not. I'm saying Sekiro would improve farther from its masterpiece status with them showing us more, which leads to my other point of criticism. Exploration. There's almost no exploration with Sekiro, unlike its predecessors. That's fine, I don't mind it. It's a point of criticism because the way FromSoft's story and lore telling worked was having the two go hand in hand. Every game they have has some sort of exploration. Sekiro lacks a lot of this, which is why I say it's a point of criticism. With the two being so hand in hand, it's why Sekiro lacks these two things at times. Not all the time, but like 40 to 60% of the time. Sekiro doesn't have a lot of places to explore, which correlates to either being items being clunked together or having places have little to no items to gain. That's why Sekiro's story stuff can be lacking at times compared to its FromSoft family. They could have circumvented this by either expanding even more to these areas to spread out items of importance and leaning towards the rapid speed of Wolf that is given to us, which is a bit unrealistic because that would have included more development time, or given us more cinematic cutscenes to expand on the lore of Sekiro without needing to exclude items to give us lore items like in Souls games. The second option would have been better, since I think it would have been easier to give us cutscenes and not have a whole division create new areas, since it was during the time of Elden Ring's development. One more criticism I have of Sekiro is the beginning of the game. The game is very iffy at the start. Sekiro starts off really well initially with the introduction of Genichiro and fighting off one of the mini generals. The game throws this away with the ogre and bullfight and the fight with the mini general surrounded with the fodder soldiers. I don't understand why FromSoft decided to give us mini bosses we have to defeat to progress instead of mini bosses that could have helped teach us the mechanics of the game. There's a simple fix to this too. Just replace the ogre with mini general just behind ogre and get rid of the bullfight. Us as the player already faced Gyobu, and having a boss that punishes you for parrying perfectly with its BS status effect is expecting too much. You're throwing away the lessons that are taught early in the game with being aggressive just to return to hit and run tactics when Gyobu taught us to be aggressive. If the bow didn't have the status effect, it would be whatever. I wouldn't even be covering it. It does though, and was a turn off to me on so many occasions before I actually sat down to play the game back when I first played it. It's like learning how to make eggs then expecting us to make a souffle. FromSoft has a habit to make these type of design choices for the sake of making the game hard, which I don't like because it's lazy. Throwing off the player like this just to make them struggle is a pattern that has been prevalent in every project, but with Sekiro, it's when I started to notice this. I know it's to save time for future replays, it's still stupid though. Sekiro is mechanically different from other works, but because the fanbase thinks that little help is hand-holding, FromSoft is incentivized to give us little or no help as possible to keep up this reputation of hard games, even though Sekiro was the most mechanically different from their other projects around this time. This should have been the exception by giving us better mini bosses in the beginning, yet they didn't. This is the only actual criticism I have of Sekiro, because facing the bull ruins my beginning gameplays, knowing I have to rely on healing pellets to offset the status effect by playing patiently and not being as aggressive like other bosses. I just hate the bull, because why do I still get damage even when I play perfectly, and sometimes when I get the status affected, the bull just decides to fuck it and does a Tekken combo by just being so mad aggressive even though he stays back half the time, so you don't have to build posture damage. The bull in the end game is fine, whatever, it's optional. The bull in the beginning of the game shouldn't be there along with the ogre. To recap, Sekiro's story/lore elements feel off or lack in certain areas, with FromSoft's usual formula not complementing well with the areas, unlike other projects. The game would thrive even more in these areas with just a little bit more time if the initial DLC didn't get cancelled for Elden Ring, by either expanding more of these actual areas of the game or giving us more cutscenes and cinematics for important parts. And the beginning of the game doesn't do the best job of introducing the player at face value, especially with FromSoft fans from breaking habits from their previous games. All in all, these points don't really matter in the end. Acceptable. Fuck you, Bo. All these criticisms I brought up are just nitpicks, and these points I made are the only base criticisms I have with the game, and any further are even more niche nitpicks that I can overlook easily, like the grappling not working at times or the boss's AI stuttering for half a second at very rare times. All of my points are just nitpicks at face value because they can all be countered pretty easily. I'll do it now. The first 2 points are countered by this. I think the reason why FromSoft decided not to go for a more modernized way of story/lore telling is because they needed just a base format for Sekiro's gameplay mechanics by giving us the standard base of their way of creating stories. So the gameplay areas also had to follow suit because remember, the areas they create are heavily tied to the game's lore. FromSoft knew that if they wanted to focus on the core mechanics of Sekiro, they had to give us a base format of what's well known of their games to give us the actual product we have with them, wanting to give us the quality product before they worked on Elden Ring. While the third point is very valid, I can see why they chose to buff fuck us early on. They wanted to show the whole game isn't just samurais and warriors, but we had to be facing mythical beasts and animals, so they wanted to get us comfortable pairing stuff that aren't weapons. But this is badly done to me. Some people are fine with this because of the challenge it provides with new playthroughs that aren't in New Game Plus. I just feel like it would have been better with the suggestions I mentioned. This is what I mean by points of criticism being nitpicks, because these are just points I think would have been better for Sekiro even though the game is perfect already. I'm just leaving suggestions that would have already elevate the perfect status Sekiro has because I understand why FromSoft went for these decisions. The actual gameplay was their main focus and it's perfect due to the gameplay being put first more than anything. That's why my points of criticism don't matter because they don't spoil the game at all. Maybe acceptable, please FromSoft, just remove the status effect. That's all you have to do. I think anything further is just looking for a way to badmouth the game because at the end of the day, Sekiro is perfect. It's as simple as that. I just think I needed to present some points to show I do have some criticisms of the game whether they are niche or not. I'm going to get into the stuff on what makes Sekiro's FromSoft best project right now. Through my ages of gaming, I've played so many games. A lot of those games were on my DS because I had bad luck with bigger consoles. One day one of the cables of my Xbox 360 broke. The one where it connected to the power brick to the actual Xbox, and my PS3 ended up not working due to age or fan issues. I played so many hours on them, but the one console that always managed to survive was my Nintendo DS. I say this because it had one game that I've been looking for in my ages of gaming that Sekiro has fulfilled. I've always wanted to play a game with a perfect gameplay loop that focuses on the abilities of the player. There's only just a few games that could do that. You might say, what about fighting games? Fighting games are fun. They don't satisfy this craving all the time with the skill gap they have. It's so satisfying when you get a match against someone equal in skill and then going back and forth in combos. The two of you guys are playing a fair man's 1v1, both of you are reading each other's patterns, and the match is being so neck and neck that it ends up being a tie for an hour straight because both of you refuse to give in. While this does satisfy that feeling, that is rare for fighting games. 90% of the matches will be people quitting, you stomping on them, or most of the time getting stomped on by Sonic Fox because the stars align for you to get matched up with him. There's many more issues as well, but these are the core ones for fighting games, so I have to eliminate them. What about FPS games? I think the Black Ops series, specifically 1 and 3, have an amazing gun gameplay loop. Steamrolling people is fun, it gets boring after a while, as well as having the same issues of fighting games where you can't really find people equal to your caliber. So I think online games need to be excluded from this topic with the various factors they bring. It's a coin toss with them that won't satisfy everyone or a large amount of players that a person is looking for, so online games are excluded from this, which limits our range of options by a lot. There is one game that came close though to the satisfaction of gameplay loop besides Sekiro, and it was Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions on the Nintendo DS specifically. Game ports for the DS have always been dog shit, let's be honest. Look at the DS version of Black Ops 1. The weapons are cool, but everything else was changed because of limitations the DS had. Shattered Dimensions followed this trend for the good though. The DS version did not follow tribute to its console variant, and it was the best decision they could have made. The DS version is the best version of Shattered Dimensions because its gameplay loop was amazing. You play as 3 Spider-Men like in the console version. The difference comes with the DS version focusing on the platforming and bosses. The 3 Spider-Men have different abilities that the other 2 variants don't have in the beginning of the game. The best example of this is Miguel having gliding, but Noir and Peter Parker don't unlock this ability until they reach a certain point in the game. If you decide to collect everything for all 3 Spider-Men, all of them will have each other's abilities. Now, why is this important for the point I'm trying to make? It's because for having 2D combat mechanics, it's so detailed. It's the predecessor to Insomniac Spider-Man, even if they never looked at the game. I remember in the Noir section in the underground area, there's a boss room that summons Goliath type of enemies, and usually you can't juggle them. But if you were able to use the full combat abilities available to you, you were basically able to bully these mini enemies. Same went with the main bosses. Mysterio was the last boss for the game, and usually he'll teleport more aggressively when he reaches half health, sort of like a phase 2. If you were fast enough and could predict his teleports, you can drive him into the corner and start bullying this man. I did this a lot back then because I was playing this game religiously, and the reason why this game didn't satisfy that gameplay loop I was looking for is due to the bosses not being able to adapt to this type of aggressive mechanics. The game gets so confused when you do combos that are not supposed to extend for a certain amount of time. The bosses are used to the player only being allowed to do 1 or 2 combos max. When you figure out to min-max everything, the bosses break. Mysterio had this problem with him not being able to break your combos or just teleporting mid-combo so he can reset position for his second phase. If the bosses were more catered to this aggressive play, then it would have been equal to the gameplay mechanics of Sekiro, but that's not the case. Sekiro took the principles of addictive gameplay mechanics and mastered it to the dot. We can finally talk about Sekiro. I'm so sorry, but I needed to hammer down points for what makes Sekiro so great. FromSoft's only main focus with Sekiro was to test potential of their engine, and they nailed it perfectly. Sekiro's mechanical gameplay loop shines with its combat if it hasn't been apparent from my last point, and Sekiro prioritizes actual gameplay above everything else. The game starts off with nothing in your hand until meeting Kuro. You are past a sword and you get to test out the combat immediately. If you have played other Souls games, you know the principles of those games are once you commit, you can't cancel. So if you attack with R1, your character will dedicate the attack until the animation is done. Sekiro abandons this for a faster pace of combat. You can spam R1 or your attack button if you use a different console to your heart's content without fear of an enemy launching an attack that will break your whole body as punishment. Instead, if you do make a mistake, that's where your L1 comes in. This is your parry mechanic. How this works is when an attack comes into your direction, you press L1 on time, then Wolf performs a deflecting animation indicating you have parried and moved correctly. The parry will negate all damage except status effects. If you parry too early, you'll miss the deflect. Too late, then you'll only block the attack and take partial damage. Another thing you'll notice is a bar that you and the enemy have that isn't your health bar. This is your posture bar that will hold your stance. Your posture bar will grow each time you deflect or block, and vice versa. The difference is your bar will never break when you parry perfectly each time. It will break if you miss the parry by either getting hit or blocking. This leaves you open to a heavy attack, so you have to spam your roll to get your stance back, and this will reset the meter. For enemies, the meter builds up the same, but with one clear difference. If you break their stance, this leaves them open for a death blow, and no, not the one I gave to your mom. This death blow is indicated with a big red circle on the enemy or boss. When you press R1, you get an animation that either insta-kills the enemy, or if the boss/enemy has another life, then it reduces it by 1. Another way to do this is by sneaking up to the enemy for a death blow, so it incentivizes you to act smartly on your next course of action. The posture bar also is affected by the health of the enemy as well as your own. Each time you or the enemy don't attack or back off, the posture bar lowers. The more health you have, the faster the bar recovers. The less, then the bar recovers slowly. So you're forced to focus on your health for more posture negation on your part. Unblockable attacks are indicated by red kanji characters above the enemy indicating they can only be parried, or they are grab attacks, so you will have to jump away. These mechanics are the bread and butter of Sekiro. The peanut butter to your jelly, the lotion to your meat. You get the idea. These are the base mechanics you will need to master to beat the game, not including prosthetics or items at minimum. Continuing, you learn fast that dodging isn't viable most of the time, with dodge frames being less than in any Souls game, so you are forced to parry and attack so you get the timing down to defend yourself. The game gives both the boss and yourself 2 health bars to work with, where you both must each find ways to lower posture while dealing enough damage so the posture bar won't go down fast enough to 0. Gyobu Oniwa and Genichiro introduces the player well for this unique mechanical gameplay FromSoft has created. Let's cover Gyobu first. So with Gyobu, we're taught the importance of health with our health gauge being limited and Gyobu giving us free hits. That grand introduction isn't just for showboating, it's FromSoft telling us to not ignore health completely. You can lower Gyobu's health by 15 to 25% if you're fast enough, and start the fight with a good amount of posture already built up. Now this is where the game starts encouraging you to keep distance close. Whenever Gyobu starts to keep distance away, you'll be given an option to grapple towards him. This is how the game teaches you to keep aggression on a boss. Even if you miss the grapple, sometimes Gyobu will do long extension attacks and you can keep posture damage parrying these attacks. Now this is just phase 1. Phase 1 is the tutorial phase for Sekiro's gameplay mechanics. It's teaching you, the player, about the importance of base health and posture health, keeping aggression. when to heal, and practice parrying against a main boss. Gyobu is very tame in his first phase, and it's deliberate to start the process for the player to get used to Sekiro's mechanics away from what a player is used to from other Souls games. After you manage to get your first death blow, his second phase starts. When the second phase starts, the trial ends. Now the game is telling you to use what you know, learn from phase 1, and apply them to phase 2. The phase doesn't give you an opportunity for free damage. Gyobu will start to be more active by his actions, being faster than his first phase. You have to earn damage now, and Gyobu won't let you do that easily. He will start to run away more, and his grappler indicator will disappear faster, so you have to be quick to keep up distance. If you can't do some basic damage, then his posture meter will recover faster due to his health. The training wheels for Gyobu are taking off, so the player now has to face him more properly. Gyobu is the tutorial boss for Sekiro, like the Asylum Demon in DS1. This is necessary because Sekiro is completely different mechanically, and FromSoft had Gyobu designed this way. A lot of Gyobu's attacks are slow, readable, and with every successful combo you parry, the game rewards you with having Gyobu being stunned for half a second to deal regular damage. This won't be the clicking point for a lot of players because it's not supposed to. It's supposed to be a message to the player saying this is a different game and to get used to it. This is the only good part of the beginning, and why I can overlook the bad decision with the bull and ogre, because FromSoft wanted to give the player the element of surprise with Gyobu being the first mechanically different enemy, where you can't just Unga Bunga it. You have to be smart on using your gorge at convenient times while keeping up with Gyobu's attacks. If you can't keep up with Gyobu, then you will lose fast and struggle. Gyobu doesn't require perfection, being a tutorial boss. He gives leisure to the player to make mistakes to be able to keep up with Gyobu. Gyobu at face value is simple. His phase 1 is tutorial phase, and phase 2 tells you, hey, you're on your own now. He does his job well. You know who does require perfection? Genichiro. Let me explain. I dropped Sekiro 3 or 2 times. Genichiro is the reason for that. Even though I said the bull, but Genichiro was the main reason. I remember Genichiro was the first roadblock for me. Each time I tried to pick up the game, I could never get past him, and after 10 tries, I gave up. I just couldn't get past him and focus on other Souls games in the meantime. After completing DS1 and Bloodborne, I decided to give Sekiro one more try. When the time came, Genichiro took me 3 hours and 30 minutes and 40 plus tries. I learned the reason why I dropped Sekiro was because I never got the clicking moment that Genichiro gives the player. The clicking point is a point in time in Genichiro's fight where the mechanics of Sekiro start to become one with the player. This clicking point will vary for each player. It might come to you first try, 10th try, maybe 20th try, but for me, it took over 40 plus tries before I can finally get that clicking moment. That's because unlike Gyobu, Genichiro expects nothing but perfection from you. Before you enter a fight, you face a mini-boss that focuses on you parrying every attack with just one of his attacks requiring you to jump on his head. This is Sekiro's last tutorial warning you get to get your parries in check before you face Genichiro. You also get a prompt teaching you how to reflect lightning. At this point in time, you have been expected to buy a skill called Mikiri Counter. This is the only skill that is required to beat the game, with a lot of bosses requiring you to have this mechanic. Genichiro will always start with his 2 bow shots and 1 swipe attack. Off the bat, you realize Genichiro will require you to parry more effectively. The first 2 bow shots will come quickly, but the swipe attack will require you to wait so you can parry effectively, so you can start building posture damage. Genichiro will not give you any room to breathe. He will come at you fast and won't stop attacking you to get any breathing room. This is why I say Genichiro requires perfection from you. He is the first roadblock you will have to face in Sekiro. It explains the clicking moment phenomenon that he gives with him not holding back anything. In your first match with him, your character misses the holster in the cutscene, showing uncertainty. You can't show uncertainty like Wolf did in the beginning of the game because any mistake will be game over. The only mistakes you can make is the gorge and the extra life you are given. The extra life is a guaranteed mistake lifeline, but needs to recharge if you aren't able to use the second revive. Most of the time, you will only be able to use 1 revive each run, with the game limiting you with 1 revive each boss stage. When you clear 1 phase of a boss, you'll be able to get another revive if you have it charged at least. The gorge aren't a guaranteed backup option because you need to find openings to use them effectively. Genichiro won't give you leisure like Gyobu did and prevent you from actually stepping back to heal. The training wheels no longer exist, and this is the real battle of swordsmanship between 2 warriors. Genichiro has 2 main phases with a secret phase. Well, it's not a secret phase, but it's not indicated. Each phase will consist with its moveset, with all of them having at least 1 change of moveset. Phase 1 will require you to use Mikiri Counter. He will take a step back and point his sword towards you, indicated by the unblockable red kanji signs I described earlier, your direction, at random times, so you will have to use Mikiri Counter to get posture damage in. In phase 2, he won't do as many Mikiri Counters as before, but he will throw them in from time to time. He will start to do unblockable swipe attacks, and you will have to jump on him for posture damage. The third phase will not only throw in both of these attacks, but throw in lightning attacks where you have to jump and attack back at him. What all these phases have in common is with Genichiro having what I call passive and aggressive combos. Passive combos will activate when you are not attacking Genichiro. These combos are much harder to parry and build meter on if you are playing it too safe. Passive combos discourages these type of habits, and you will have to be more aggressive towards the boss. Aggressive combos are combos Genichiro will do when you are more aggressive towards him. You want these type of combos because they will give you more effective way to build meter. He will continue to do the same combos in a cycle over and over again, so it's your job to recognize these combos when they come so you can act accordingly. Genichiro will break the aggressive combos by trying to step back and start new combos either by using his bow or doing a slam attack with his sword. If you parry the jump attack, depending on the phase, he will use an unblockable right after, which will reward you with a fair amount of posture damage to Genichiro. Genichiro using his bow is an opportunity for him to recover his own meter while keeping your posture meter up. If he manages to break your posture meter, he's going to do his equivalent of a death blow and basically one-shot you. It won't happen if you just press circle fast, but it can happen from time to time if he's really close to you. Genichiro is the final boss for this so-called tutorial I've been alluding to. It's what saves the beginning of the game for me. Both Gyobu and Genichiro are tutorial for Sekiro for the player before they actually start their journey. The two teach the fundamentals for the player, with Gyobu being more tame and Genichiro not holding back at all, showing tough love to the player so they can master the mechanics for the game. He's saying if you can't get past me, then how will you get past any of the other bosses the game has to offer? Genichiro in the beginning of the game is unfair. He has no honor and doesn't live by some sort of code. You as the player don't have any resources like Mikiri Counter to effectively go against Genichiro. Even if you do beat him, he will cut off your hand to get the drop on you because he isn't a noble warrior. He will do anything and everything to save Ashina from war. When you get a rematch with him on top of Ashina Castle, it is a fair 1v1 between two players trying to protect something they care about. This way of symbolism is a perfect translation from story to gameplay. Every move of Genichiro is fair. I do not have one move that I can say is unfair or BS like other FromSoft titles. You know that one boss in every FromSoft title where you're like, he's never done this before, what the fuck? Because certain conditions are met in the boss fight. Genichiro does not have this at all in any moment of the fight. The best example I can think of is Souls of Cinder in DS3. He has a parry that activates when you R1 spam him when he's on his curved sword stage. I know this is common knowledge, but this has never happened to me until recently and was surprised I even got this after hundreds of hours of gameplay. Genichiro makes sure every attack is fair for the player and mistakes are on you. Yeah, Genichiro can sometimes just use jump bow attacks, but it's free posture damage and he will break out of it. It's not until you push Genichiro is when you push the game. The game says enough is enough and tests your ability to adapt by having Genichiro add lightning to his arsenal. All the combos you have faced will be put together and the old combos you have recognized have slight differences to throw you off. His jump sword attack will now have a parryable attack it didn't have before. If you parry this attack, then you will get a guaranteed Mikiri counter follow up each time. The lightning will come out of nowhere, so you have to be expecting it to come each combo or even mid combo if Genichiro is given the opportunity. I call this the secret third phase because even though this phase will always happen each run, the game doesn't want you to relax just yet. The game is now testing you one final time to test your abilities to adapt to undesirable conditions. You might have used all your healing gorges and the game wants you to see if you can keep up after 2 phases of back-to-back combat. At first, this looks like the game is just trying to pull a fast one on you. It's the contrary. Sekiro is telling you, you are almost there, keep going. The lightning reversals will do huge amount of damage and posture damage to Genichiro. All you have to do is keep your calm and the game will reward you exponentially if you do. Once you conquer Genichiro's lightning, then in my eyes, you have officially beat Sekiro's tutorial. You can now start the game and start your journey to conquer Sekiro next. I think Genichiro and Gyobu can be in the talks for FromSoft's best tutorial in their games. DS1 did a lot of things right, teaching the player the basics of their game with rewarding curiosity and exploration for their game so you can get past the asylum demon. Genichiro and Gyobu do a more forced learning curve, teaching the player the importance of timing, aggressiveness, and overall game skill so the player can understand what to expect going forward. Only things holding back the tutorial of Sekiro is the Bull and Ogre. They both encourage non-aggressive playstyles and have you just wait to get enough hits in to finish the fight. You basically have 2 fights that ignore the mechanics of Sekiro and 2 fights that teach the mechanics the other 2 try to pull you away from. Again, like I said in my criticism parts, the Bull and Ogre don't really spoil the game at all. Just things that are a bit annoying that could be improved upon. Genichiro and Gyobu are the saviors for this tutorial and did what DS1 did right, but with the mechanics Sekiro is trying to teach us. It's like a double-edged sword that if you can catch on quickly, you won't hinder your experience going forward. If you don't catch on, then you will struggle. That's why Genichiro was so harsh on us. After the tutorial, you are allowed access to explore the nation of Ashina to complete Kuro's request to get rid of his immortality. You have quickly noticed 3 other mechanics that help you along your journey throughout Sekiro: prayer beads and gorge seeds, skills, and prosthetics. Let's cover the prayer beads and gorge seeds first. Prayer beads can be collected in 3 ways. You can either discover them, buy them, or beat a mini boss. You need 4 prayer beads to make a necklace, which will increase your base health and posture for your stance meter. My favorite mini boss to collect these prayer beads are the 7 Ashina spears. These are the toughest fair mini bosses the game has to offer. They hold nothing back against you. These mini bosses carry large spears and they pack a punch. Your posture health is going to increase so fast after parrying 2 attacks. So the Ashina spears will have you on edge because if you miss the parry, they will deal insane damage to your base health. They don't let you get in your own attack, but they are aggressive as long as you aren't 100% waiting on them to attack. They have a lot of opportunities to Mikiri counter and stomp on them to build meter. The challenging part comes from the delayed like attacks when they swing their spear towards you. A lot of the attacks these guys do are heavy swing attacks with a few medium attacks thrown in there. The player's bad habits are put to the test with these swings due to people just spamming their block button with a lot of enemies. The mini bosses offset this habit, locking behind leveling items to help the person in their journey. The spear bosses require you not to mess up your parries for their big swings and not to spam your block button, as they will either miss your parry or they'll hit you hard leading towards your death. These attacks are intentional to throw you off so you feel more confident to parry single swing attacks that aren't a part of a spammy deflection combo some bosses have you do. If you consistently parry these heavy swings, he will follow up with the thrust attack for a Mikiri counter or stumble, which gives you an opportunity to deal some damage. I wouldn't recommend skipping these mini bosses when you're playing for your first time in Sekiro. Majority of these mini bosses have unique movesets to help the player get better at the game. Most of them are designed the same way in terms of confusing combos and movesets, so the player is forced to understand the timing to parry instead of spamming block. These 7 Ashina spears are a good representation for these mini bosses throughout the game. The one-handed ninjas are also really good overall mini bosses, if not the best. While I do enjoy going against the 7 Ashina spears, the lone shadow swordsmen have a good balance kit in their arsenal that the Ashina spear don't have. They have sword attacks, blunt attacks, thrust attacks, and low attacks, with all of them having crazy mix-ups. You have to memorize every piece of attack the shadows have because every combo at the end will award you with a way to beef up the posture meter. The shadows aren't dumb though. Once you get their meter to red glowish point, they will step back and start doing the stance indicated by the grayish bluish glow to reset a lot of their meter down. You have to stop them so you don't lose your progress. If you have to heal, then this is a good opportunity to reset the fight since this man will legit just jump you. He will not let you heal if you step back for a set because he'll just do a Cobra Kai ass move and launch himself towards you to prevent yourself from healing. They are aggressive and they also have passive combos to discourage passive playstyles against them. I find all the shadows like Sekiro EVs because all of them are the same with their own twist. The first one you'll likely encounter is the one in the hole where you were in the beginning of the game if you decide to explore Ashina Castle before going to get the 3 items you need. He's the standard one along with the one in Hirata State in the beginning parts. There's 2 mid-game ones. The one in Ashina Castle will add poison combo to its arsenal, and the other one will be the same, but will pop a candy throughout the fight, giving you an opportunity to deal twice as much posture damage as long as you don't miss the parries and counters. There's one more behind a quest, leading to Hirata Estate, where he will summon dogs to help him. This is an easy fix by just rushing towards him or throwing a shuriken. Of course, there's more mini bosses in Sekiro, but I won't cover all of them. They shouldn't be skipped regardless, since like I said before, they have an important tool for the player to gain more health and posture health. You don't need all of them, with a total of 10 necklaces, aka 40 beads, but I do recommend getting 7 necklaces to help you beat the game since anything less than that will be a struggle. Gorge seeds can be found the same way as beads. I believe only 2 or 1 mini boss actually have gorge seeds. I'll edit it in if it's true. They will scale with prayer beads and skills. The more health you have, the more health you gain. There's other types of gorges to negate status effects. They won't be helpful that much, so no need to talk about them. When you defeat Gyobu, you'll notice a building on the right side of the area across from the giant wooden door that leads to the Ashina Castle gate. When you enter the building, you'll meet a man who killed a trespasser. He tells you he's killing any potential rat in the area and asks you for help. If you say yes, then he'll take you to kill 3 tiny dudes that stand near the wooden gate in the Gyobu arena. It's like right above the right side. Once you take them out, he'll give you an item called Ashina Historic Text that unlocks a new skill tree in the menu when resting at a bonfire. You would have become familiar with this since you unlocked 2 before this one. The sculptor who lies in the dilapidated temple will give you 1 asterisk text when you get not test. The sculptor who lies in the dilapidated temple give you 1 asterisk text when you get 1 skill point and another one once you get a prosthetic. At the top of Senpu Temple in a secret tunnel entrance lies another one inside a small temple-like building. I don't know the name of it. Once you level up a skill tree to the max, the same man who gave you the Ashina text will give you 1 more asterisk text as a reward for mastering a skill tree. The skills can vary from new combat arts, enhancement towards wolf stats, or new abilities that make quality of life changes towards your kit. There's only 1 skill that's mandatory, and that's the Mikiri counter. It costs 2 skill points, and majority of bosses will have moves that will require you to have the skill to counter properly so you get most out of the potential posture buildup. The rest of the skills aren't mandatory but will help you in your journey when confronting enemies. You gain skill points by either killing bosses or killing enemies. You will earn the majority of skill points by taking out bosses early game, but once you reach late game, common enemies will be more effective as they give more skill XP, which is a bit of farming. The more skill points you get, the more XP it will cost to gain another skill point. You have to be smart on the skills you get since it's not possible to get all of them in your first playthrough unless you do some no-life grinding. You might as well play multiple new games to get the rest, so just focus on the ones that are important. I would recommend Makiri counter obviously, all mid-air skills with the deflection variant being most important, and any skills that will help with base health or posture health like ascending, descending, carp. Once you get most of these, you can use any of your skill points for stuff you see interesting to expand your arsenal. A mechanic I haven't mentioned is the actual bosses. Now I won't get to the bosses quite yet until later, but when you defeat a main boss, you get their memory. It's like the remembered soul in Elden Ring. When you convert a memory to a remnant at the idol, Wolf's attack power will rise by 1, and you will be able to rematch the main boss anytime you want at the idol. You can only get 1 memory per boss each game, so about 11 through 13-ish each game, and 4 other memories that are tied to alternative methods. There are vendors called Pot Noble Harunaga in the game that sell a piece of a mask fragment called the Dancing Dragon Mask. There are 3 fragments in total. Collect 2 fragments from one of these vendors with carp skills you find or killing redfish. The left mask in Harada State will cost 7 skills, and the one in the Fountain Palace costs 12 skills. The last one is sold by a regular merchant at the Ashina Dungeon Idol for 5,000 sen. I bring this up because if you manage to complete all the skill trees, you can use 5 skill points earned going forward to increase your attack points by 1. Max level 99, so around 430 skill points if we consider 13 you get from doing every main boss you can do when completing the base game with an alternative ending. The last thing I need to cover is the second most important mechanic next to pairing, your prosthetic arm. Is what I would say if this mechanic didn't have so much controversy to it. Let's talk about the customization in Souls games. FromSoft have always done a good reputation on their customization options for specific builds that their games have offered. The Souls franchise can cater to a lot of people's personal OC desires that they envision, and this is shown by being able to make your own character. If you want to be a mage, you can go for a magic build with baggy clothes. If you want to be a knight, then you can go for a standard sword build with armored clothes. If you want a bit of everything, then you can do that. The customization the Souls games have offered over the years is what gives the replayability to them. Elden Ring has been the first game to push even further with this customization, having so much detail to them. Shields have only been used in DS1 for their hidden effects like parry frames or status effects they might give to the player. Elden Ring is the first game to give shields a use beyond bonus effects due to counter guard mechanics they have. When an enemy hits you, you can retaliate back by attacking right after and deal bonus damage while mitigating damage dealt to you. Most FromSoft games have you rolling to prevent damage, but besides Sekiro, this is the only way you can prevent most damage, if not all, in your arsenal if you choose to. Most people won't go for shield builds. It's still an option though that Elden Ring offers at any time you choose if you desire to change things up. When Sekiro came out, a lot of criticism came from Souls fans not understanding the game Sekiro is. The word Souls-like has been created in the gaming community to describe a game similar to Dark Souls games. The issue arises when FromSoft releases a project not related to Dark Souls IP. The term Souls-like has always been tied to FromSoft's work, and for the most part, their works have been similar elements to their Souls franchise. Bloodborne and Elden Ring are that. People have said Sekiro is not a Souls-like project, with the lack of customization it offers due to you not being able to switch main weapons. You will always have a katana no matter what. I'm here to tell you that they are wrong. Sekiro does in fact have customization in the forms of prosthetics. The sculptor gives you a prosthetic arm after you get your arm sliced by Genichiro in the start of the game. You can find prosthetic items by vendors or finding them and bringing them back to the sculptor for them to be usable. There are 10 prosthetics in total. The loaded shuriken, firecrackers, flame barrel, the axe, Miss Raven feathers, the spear, Sabimaru, the fan, the umbrella, and lastly the whistle. Each prosthetic costs spirit emblems gained from killing enemies or buying them in the idol. You won't need to buy them since enemies give a generous amount, so they are easy to farm most of the time. The reason why these are so controversial is due to many factors, but there's 2 main reasons why. People either find them useless or a crutch for players, no in between. I blame one prosthetic tool for this notion, the fireworks. The firework prosthetic will be the first 2 prosthetics tools you can find, the other one being the shuriken. You can find it being sold by a vendor at the top of the cliff near where the first general was for 500 sen. A lot of people will tend to use this prosthetic for majority of their playthrough, and I use any other because of the way the firework prosthetic is viewed. The firework costs 2 to 3 emblems to use, and you start off the game with 15 base emblems in your kit. You can increase your emblem by upgrades or killing bosses with a max of 20 emblems. You can get another 5 by an item called Ceremonial Tanto, where you trade half your base health. This item can be attained by killing a mini boss in the Ashina dungeon area past the first lone shadow swordsman. The average player won't collect every possible upgrade for the spirit emblem, but will collect a fair amount regardless. The problem comes when people classify the firework prosthetic as the only useful or overpowered item prosthetic available to the player, because most prosthetics being very scenario specific or require upgrades to be viable. I do agree that most, if not all, prosthetics need to be upgraded to be useful overall, except the firework. What I don't agree with is the firework being the only viable option as well as overpowered. The truth is, the firework is a noob trap like the Drake Sword and DS1. What the firework does, it releases firecrackers on the ground which stuns the enemy for a solid second or 2. This works for almost every enemy and extends to bosses themselves. There's only 1 or 2 bosses that you can continue to chain the firework back to back until you run out. Why I call this a noob trap is because like the Drake Sword in DS1, the fireworks are only really strong in the beginning of the game until a certain point. People tend to use them as a get out of jail free card and don't realize the other prosthetics do what the fireworks do, but better. Let me give you an example. Let's say the Snake Eyes mini boss has given you a hard time with its unblockable special attack. You know, the one that grabs you. You might know that can be parried with proper timing. Let's say you can't get the timing of it and you use the fireworks every time it shows up. It might work once until you notice that the fireworks aren't working as effectively. That's because bosses are resistant to it after the fireworks are used against them. You can reset this by waiting a few seconds, which might work. The problem is the fireworks build little to no posture damage, and you have to rely on the base damage to go through a fight. As you know already, this is not ideal because doing poke damage takes too long, unlike posture damage, unless you use items like Divine Confetti. The opposite of what Sekiro wants you to do, but because of the game's difficulty the game is at, Sekiro creates a cheese effect for people's first time playing. You know what I'm talking about, the how to cheese insert boss videos, specifically Tyrannicon. For some reason, Sekiro has the most how to cheese videos than any other Souls games. Yes, cheese videos have been around for FromSoft games, but they only really appear for challenge videos or for future playthroughs. With Sekiro, it's an exception because I did this my first time playing Sekiro and I hate it. I was stubborn to learn the mechanics fresh out of playing Bloodborne and DS1. I cheesed one boss and it was the Great Ape. I hate myself for doing this because replaying the boss, I realized I robbed myself of an amazing experience because of my frustration to learn how different the Great Ape moveset is. I blame the fireworks because of how popular they seem to be with cheesing strats for the first time playthroughs. What the fireworks do is create an illusion that you're getting positive results because you're getting physical damage in. When you actually pay attention, you have only done a bit of chip damage with little to no posture damage built, so you have essentially wasted spare emblems that you could have used for other prosthetics. This is why fireworks are a noob trap. The fireworks are only really effective against certain mini bosses, but you're going to need enhancement items like confetti or candy to get great results. At that point, look into using other prosthetics that will help you extend or maintain posture damage. Oh, the boss is backing up to restore posture damage? Use the shuriken to save your progress to keep them engaged. You're having trouble deflecting one of the move combo set? Use the umbrella level 2 to help you. Trouble deflecting lightning? Use the mist raven to help. If you take the time to upgrade some of these prosthetics, they will yield better results because the firework prosthetic upgrades are all the same, with just the firework effect getting bigger each time. So heavy investing in fireworks is a waste of resources when it can go to other tools that help more. Once you start playing more Sekiro, you'll start to rely less and less on the fireworks and more on the other tools. But because the fireworks are the first tools you'll find, people will write off the other tools, noticing they don't need the fireworks anymore when they get better at the game, and saying you don't need prosthetic tools to beat the game. The prosthetics are tools. Keyword tools. They aren't the main weapon options. They are there to help you in your journey as a piece of equipment. They cost resources to use effectively, and with the exception of fireworks, all the prosthetics encourage you to be aggressive with them to get good results. The game isn't forcing you to use them to beat the bosses, even though FromSoft could have done that with the prosthetic arm being relevant to Wolf himself. They didn't though. Most of the prosthetics are hidden away because FromSoft gave us customization option in the form of support uses. But because FromSoft fans think items are hand-holding and the firework create an illusion of great results with its short stun ability, people write them off, not realizing they can extend your arsenal in many ways to extend the already fun gameplay loop Sekiro offers in its base combat. It's fine if you don't want to use prosthetic if the game is easier for you, but don't start complaining that there isn't any customization in Sekiro when there is. Combat arts are in the same boat. The point of combat art and prosthetics is to expand your arsenal like any other piece of tool. There are extensions to your weapon as well. Back to the shield point I made earlier. I don't like using shields, and so do other people. The option to use them are there though if you ever want to use it, and it's supposed to be as an extension to your kit already. It's fun guard countering. Obviously it does make the game easier, but the amount of high damage attacks the bosses do in Elden Ring, I think it's fair if I do use it from time to time. The loaded umbrella are the prototype to this, yet I think it was done perfectly with Sekiro's combat flow. When you buy the projected force skill, along with the upgraded umbrella to the Phoenix Lilac umbrella or its fire variant, you can use R1 to release an attack that does really good posture damage and base damage. Just a little bit of investing and this tool does what the firework does, but better even without the stun duration. Having the prosthetic be optional was a double-edged sword for the game. The prosthetic being optional was a way to allow customization into the game without rehauling a lot of the bosses to be adjusted to the new combat systems that could have been in the game if given more time. It also allowed for the players to focus on the bosses themselves if they choose to. Not having to worry about prosthetic upgrades does calm the player down into knowing they can beat the bosses with the minimum and still be effective. The con becomes prosthetics aren't going to be used by majority of players for the first time, except with the fireworks like I said before. If the bosses were tailored to rely more on prosthetics, I think it will incentivize players to look into them and give bosses even more depth at the same time to their already deep neat design. If this was the case though, each playthrough would be forced because FromSoft would have just created artificial gameplay, making the prosthetics a must-have, essentially killing the addictive replay Sekiro has. So the benefits of having prosthetic being optional outweigh the negatives by a ton, making this point a nitpick like my critique section. Anyways, if you disagree that Sekiro is a Souls game, that's fine. I can see why. I don't agree with it, but I do see why people think that. If you say Sekiro doesn't have customization, that's where I have a problem. Let me ask you this. What's your usual build for Souls games? Specifically DS1. Mine is a White-Hander build. What about Bloodborne? I use a Saw Cleaver. What about Elden Ring? Curved Greatsword through and through. Now, what's my point? All of these games have much more options than Sekiro, which is true. Let me ask you another question. How many times have you used your usual build for every playthrough? Yeah, that's what I thought. Some people are willing to use the lack of customization argument against Sekiro, which is hypocritical of them because I bet less than 5% of them actually do a different build each game. Even if they do, at most they'll use different weapons in the same weapon category. How are you going to use this argument against Sekiro when you won't go out of your way to do the same in other FromSoft titles? This argument hasn't been pushed further over the years, but when Sekiro first came out, a lot of FromSoft fans were ready to push this game to the side because in their eyes, there's no customization, yet the prosthetics are the customization. If you want to push it further, the combat arts are even more customization given to the player to use to change their gameplay. Listen to what I said again. Change. The prosthetic and combat arts change your gameplay by a lot without breaking a boss's AI, unless you go out of your way to do that. Experiment with what works and you'll see the difference. Or don't and keep complaining that Sekiro offers no customization, then at that point you just refuse to acknowledge them like the average Elden Ring fan with mimic tears.
わしはこのアシナを蘇らせねばならぬ。故に赤炉主を切るぞ。
Sekiro's addictive gameplay comes from his future playthroughs. It treats the player like it's their 10th run, even though it's actually their first. The tutorial of Sekiro is very obscure intentionally to toughen up the player early on. Sometimes the areas can feel a bit empty. This is deliberate on FromSoft part, for one reason only. The bosses. The bosses of Sekiro are the main course of Sekiro, and FromSoft sacrificed aspects of their usual structure to give us the best boss lineup in their work. They put gameplay first over anything, and the bosses show this with their moveset / mechanics being catered for the player. Remember when I said Sekiro mastered addictive gameplay mechanics? The bosses are why players' full kit can shine and have a consistent level of difficulty even at higher level of play. Sekiro's boss lineup reminds me of going to a Brazilian steakhouse. The appetizers and sides aren't the best, but they get the job done. You aren't here for that though. You're here for the variant meat options they have. You get to taste all of them, and they blow you out of this park. Some are a twist to their counterpart, yet all of them retain the highest quality possible. Sekiro bosses are the meat options, each better than the last, with them having spectacular movesets that challenge the player in their abilities. I see a lot of YouTubers and critics say that Sekiro is like a rhythm game, and this is completely true. There's a certain flow that Sekiro has you engage in that you must input your inputs in time to keep the flow of combat alive, like keeping your streak alive in a music-based rhythm game. A mistake will ruin your streak, and you have to reset the flow back from one or redo the fight in the worst case scenario. Sekiro creates an illusion of player versus player in a single player mode. The bosses don't feel like bosses, but more like you're going against a real life person in real time somehow. FromSoft basically solved the issue I've had about gaming for years to create an addictive combat flow while retaining difficulty even when the player gets better. FromSoft succeeded where other games, specifically multiplayer online games, failed at. Like I said before, I love fighting games, yet it feels like if you aren't constantly playing every second of every day, you're going to lag behind. Shooter FPS games are 50-50 whether you stomp or get stomped on. Sekiro doesn't have this problem at all because it doesn't have the factors of online player skills being inconsistent or Wi-Fi frames holding you back. Bosses in FromSoft games are their most important pieces of work in their games. This has been the case ever since DS1 and they know it. Each time a FromSoft title is released, people are always asking how are the bosses going to be like, since you cannot progress any Souls games at all without getting past a few bosses, unless of course you use glitch methods. Shadow of the Erdtree was the prime example of this, with the talking points before its release being which bosses from its lore would be introduced. Elden Ring was going to take up every developer's time, so when Sekiro was in the works, FromSoft did what they did best and created the best boss gauntlet in any FromSoft title possible, only rivaled with DS3. The heart and soul of FromSoft titles have always been the bosses, so Sekiro having bosses that tested the fast-paced combat of Wolf and pushed the player to their limits was the best course of action. Anything else would have ruined Sekiro for me and a lot of players. Why do you think Sekiro is the only FromSoft title where you can replay bosses? DS2 you don't count, get out of here. here. Every point of criticism that I have pointed out doesn't matter in the end, and why I say Sekiro is FromSoft's true masterpiece is because of the way the game is tailored for quality boss fights. Mini bosses and main bosses both have permanent boost items for wolf stats. Yes, it would be nice to have areas bigger with a bit more detail like Ghost of Tsushima, but if it meant sacrificing boss quality, then no. The steakhouse doesn't get better with its sides, it gets better with its main course. I am not going to rank every main boss from worst to best. Doing the mini bosses are overkill, and I don't need to hammer in the point anymore of bosses being the highlight of Sekiro. I'm going into detail about every boss. How I replayed Sekiro for this video is in two ways. One with every ending without prosthetics for combat arts to help. The other the exact same way, but using prosthetic and combat arts to utilize. This is to get every possible view for this video so I can have a deeper understanding of Sekiro's mechanics and rank the bosses properly. Some bosses might benefit from prosthetics, while others might not change anything, but the prosthetics themselves don't ruin the boss fights. Also, keynote, I'm playing with no Kuro Charm plus Demon Bell to give myself a challenge. The inner boss fights will be ranked along with their base counterpart for this ranking. This is the only bad boss fight in Sekiro, only because Sekiro's mechanics are tailored for one-on-one fights most of the time. I think this fight could have worked if they actually had the two apes work side by side instead of them acting on their own, since it's very obvious they just recolored the guardian ape and planted him into the boss fight. To be fair, this isn't a Sekiro issue for the most part. It's just due to FromSoft having trouble or feeling lazy to have the bosses be in sync. I know people bring up Ornstein and Smo, but even they have their issues. The whole principle of them is to disconnect the two using the pillars in the boss arena. This works only like 20% of the time, since due to DS1's buggy mechanics from old hardware, Ornstein can just spear rush attack and zip it to you if you get stuck due to the momentum building up. Sometimes Smo says fuck it and goes around the pillar because he decides that now, at this very instant, he needs to rush you. So the fight becomes a 10-minute back and forth to get openings and make sure the stars align so that you can get a hit in. Of course, this is just a damage check for you, so it's not surprising why the game doesn't give you a lot of chances to attack. FromSoft fixes with DS3 with the Demon in Pain / below boss fight. Both keep aggression with your character in a fair way by having one of them do a long range attacks and one keep aggression on you. Both switch roles every few minutes to keep the fight intense and to have you pick which demon will be your main boss in the second phase. Instead of creating a new moveset for the guardian ape and his bop wife, FromSoft was like, nah, and gave us this. With prosthetics and Mortal Blade, easy fight. Take out the wife first and move on with the second. Without it, good fucking luck. First phase is the same and you just need to parry frequently. Second phase, you're getting your shit railed. There's no cover to separate the apes and you have to hope that either the attacks are coming one at a time or coming at the same time with no special attacks active while they both face the same direction towards you. This is a forced boss fight since this boss gives you 2 prayer beads, but you only have to do it once every game file. So it checks out, and most of the time you'll be facing them when you have the Mortal Blade skill unlocked. It feels like filler content that has to be gotten through at least once, that's all. At worst, this boss fight feels like an excuse for artificial difficulty, and at best it's just an annoying boss fight that you have to get through once, that's all. They're still annoying though. FromSoft has a negative record when doing gimmick boss fights, requiring the player to solve a certain puzzle or mechanic. The Michelage boss fight is probably the most hated gimmick boss fight, for good reason. Who the fuck thought? Yeah, it would be so much fun to have the player run around for 10 minutes straight 2 times, and have Michelage have an instant kill move if you mistime the dodge. The boss is dog shit, especially with it being the second or third last boss before you fight Guram, whatever, the old guy, the old guy. It seems like every FromSoft title has a gimmick boss of some kind. DS1 Iron Golem, DS3 Ancient Wyvern, etc, etc. I think Elden Ring might be the only one not to have one, unless you count Renala. Anyways, the screaming monkeys represent the principles of see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil of Buddhist interpretation. Purple is see no evil, orange is speak no evil, and green is hear no evil. Basically, they all have abilities to detect you in some way while liking some types of sense. You might have noticed I didn't bring up the fourth monkey since there are 4. The fourth monkey is do no evil and is invisible. You might say, if he is invisible, then why is he not the see no evil one? Well, it's because before Sekiro came out, the fourth monkey wasn't well known, and that represents the invisible part, as no one knew there was even a fourth monkey. Yes, we all know the interpretation that the monkey represents, but what about the actual boss itself? Is it fun? You know what? Yeah, they are. When I first played this boss, I had a lot of fun figuring out how to get all of them. There's a monk in the arena that gives you hints on how to take them down, and I found it intriguing having to solve a puzzle like this. Prosthetics are useless, so you have to use your problem solving skills to be able to catch the monkeys by surprise to kill them. I don't know how, but I managed to kill the invisible monkey immediately without realizing it. All I remember was when I spawned, I found it weird the way I was positioned, so I decided to take a chance, and it worked. If I was the invisible monkey position, I would be pissed knowing my mechanic was beaten by chance. With the orange and green monkeys, I managed to figure out eventually, and I enjoyed the challenge. With the purple monkey, I'm sad to admit this, but it took me 30 minutes to figure it out until I actually used my brain to lead him to the door. I felt pretty dumb not realizing I needed to lead him to the door since I was throwing shurikens at him for 20 minutes. I was losing my mind since I didn't check my environments well. How do the folding monkeys hold up now? They're still fun, seeing as you can get it done less than a minute. Just pop a gachin sugar before you enter and take out the first 3 monkeys. Then activate the door to lead the purple monkey or rush him. Doesn't matter either way. Overall, the folding screen monkeys are a fun gimmick boss since you don't have to wait for some BS mechanic like in other games. The boss is at your own pace and it only takes less than a minute with the right routing. They're just a free upgrade, nothing crazy about them. Lady Butterfly starts off this list of a banger after banger of a boss roster. You can find her in Hirata Estate when you collect prayer beads from Grandma Huz. I never found her until my second or third gameplay, as I completely missed the grandma in my first playthrough. Hirata Estate is supposed to be a tutorial era for the player to know what to expect from the game, so I never discovered it until I was searching up how to get the challenges unlocked for the gauntlets. Anyways, an NPC gives you a snapping seed, alluding to what you need going forward to the boss, and you see Kuro waiting for you in the basement of the boss arena. Lady Butterfly waits for you, and Wolf understands what's going on, telling Kuro to run. The first phase has some pretty crazy mix-ups between melee attacks, projectiles, and aerial attacks. She's like a ballerina, showing her full capabilities of her attacks. All her attacks feel calculated and don't feel random. It's like she knows where she's attacking and has to put you up to the test and see how you react accordingly. When she jumps through the shrinks, you can use shuriken to prevent her from retreating, and you're rewarded with a healthy amount of posture damage as well as an opportunity to attack. I know I said Genichiro is a tutorial boss, but Lady Butterfly is the secret tutorial boss meant as an extra challenge to you. She's a mix between rapid attacks and delayed attacks meant to throw you off no matter what you do. After phase 1, you now have the right to fight the real Lady Butterfly. Her phase 2 basically ramps up everything she did and doesn't pull any punches. She is hyper aggressive herself, and you have to show the same aggressiveness back to get the moveset you want. She will try to break the combo flow by doing a sweep attack or resetting her position with the string. You can't let her do that as she recovers posture really quickly, so you have to react accordingly. She introduces a new move that has her summoning phantom enemies around the arena. That's where the snapping seeds come in. You can either run around and avoid them and let Lady Butterfly turn them into projectiles, or use the snapping seeds to get rid of the phantoms. I wish the NPC gave a small set instead of just one, since they are kind of hard to find. Fuck am I supposed to do with one? This boss is an early example of balancing prosthetic and sword combat together. Even though you only need the shuriken to counter her strings, it's a good teaching to the player to use what they have available to them to prevent the boss from resetting the fight. Sort of like playing footsie against her. Like Genichiro, she teaches the player the importance of aggressive combat, but isn't a pushover either as a secret tutorial boss. She constantly tries to reset the combat, so it's your job to find a way to keep the flow of combat consistent. Once you find your flow, keep it intact as much as you can, or try to minimize the loss of progression. She rewards the player for smart decisions and appropriate reaction time, but punishes you back if you don't keep up the pressure on your side. When you execute her, she says to Wolf that she's proud that he's gotten stronger, sort of a statement to the player as a congratulations for mastering the importance of balancing your tools. She represents leaving the past behind you, and in placing trust in the next generation. She's happy that Wolf can now mark his own path at the cost of her life. I kinda hate I didn't get to face this boss on my first playthrough, seeing as this boss would have taught me more about Sekiro, though now she's just a fun early game challenge, and it's a requirement to go against the secret late game boss. If you face her late game, yeah, this isn't much of a challenge, but if you face her in the beginning of the game, you'd be surprised how much of a challenge she imposes, especially with no Kuro Charm and Demon Bell. Overall, I'd give this boss an 8 out of 10, because she still holds up really well even to this day. Just very underrated overall. That's all I have for her.
やるじゃないか、せがれ殿。ならば、我が幻に惑え。高みの見物とシャレと申すか。腕を上げたね、狼。
So high on my carpet, feeling like Aladdin. I spit hot flames, bitch, just like a dragon.
As I'm writing this, it's kind of hard trying to rank some of these bosses since a lot of them are just so good, and you can make arguments for any one of these bosses to be on par with each other. I know which bosses are going to be top 3, but trying to rank after Lady Butterfly is just so hard as I enjoy a lot of these bosses. Anyways, Divine Dragon is next on our list. You have access to the boss by heading to Fountainhead Palace. When you enter the palace, the area is destroyed and seems like a premonition of its past. One half seems intact with guards walking around protecting palace nobles, yet another area seems destroyed or sunken without a trace of life. Only corpses are left feeding on everything or anything, and you wonder what happened to the area. When you make your way up, the area becomes more dangerous, with lightning striking the sky like it's trying to protect something. You see a lady inside a small cave, laying her head on a rock. You pray in front of it and arrive on top of the sky with with a large tree and some weird dragon creature waiting in front of you. You take him out and notice only a small percent of its health bar disappeared, with many other dragon creatures spawning. You can take multiple of them by using the tree branches that spawn and using a death blow to do an AoE attack. At first it seems like nothing is going on until you actually deplete the health bar. The dragons face towards the tree and it blossoms with the sacrifice of the creatures. Then a giant dragon holding presumably Sekiro's version of the Moonlight Greatsword arises ready to challenge you, since you need its tears to finish the game and end the severance between you and Kuro. It's a spectating fight and it's your job to strike lightning to the dragon. You don't need to do any other method to do posture damage. He has a mix of sweep and slam attacks meant to stop you from getting damage, as well as him pushing you back. If you notice, the dragon only has one arm. It could be why his attacks feel arithmetic or weak. There's a theory to why he has one arm, and basically it states that Tomoe tried to do what Wolf did, but failed as she has the black blade instead of the one Wolf has. She's unable to get a tear from the dragon, so the fight ends up in a stalemate. If the theory is true, then it could be why half the palace is destroyed. The remnants of the palace does remind me of a great battle that happened, and also could explain why the other half is untouched. Tomoe basically failed, and is why I compare her to Vike from Elden Ring, seeing as FromSoft has the tendency to add a character that had similar lore to the main character, but failed. I still say we could have gotten a Tomoe DLC. So once you do enough damage to the dragon, he pushes you away and does one last attack. He uses all of his strength to do one last fury of attacks. It's the same attacks he did previously, but faster. It seems like it's desperate to not lose, trying to protect something that isn't there. Once you manage to survive, the dragon stops due to exhaustion, unable to continue, and lays there. The game summons a giant tree branch to use one last attack on it. The dragon tries to stop you, but you gain enough height to attack to put it down for sure. After that, you're able to collect the tear and finish the fight. This fight is just an amazing visual boss fight. The dragon design is just amazing, with its traditional design, and is a showing of Korean mythology, or at least a part showing of it. The sword is a 7-branch sword that was from the Korean kingdom of Bakje, I don't know, I'm gonna butcher a lot of these names, and was given to the Japanese empress named Jingu. The sword represents the relationship the two nations had and has 2 inscriptions built into it. Side 1 says, at noon on the 16th day of 11th month, 4th year of Tai, the sword was made of 100 hardened steel. Using the sword repels 100 enemy soldiers. It is given to the Duke Lord. Side 2 says, never before has there been such a blade. The crown prince of King of Baksh, who lives under August Sounds, had this sword made for King of Wa. Is it King of Wa? Hua? Yeah, whatever. In the hope that it might be passed on to later generations. These 2 inscriptions could be referring to 2 blades in Sekiro, with Genichiro's black blade and Wolf's mortal blade. The black blade could be referring to side 1 with using the sword to repel 100 soldiers. Genichiro obtains the black blade to hopefully fight back against the invasion in the final part of the game. Side 2 refers to the mortal blade with, this sword was made for King of Wa in hope that it might be passed on to later generations. Wolf has to be tested if he's worthy to wield it with his immortality curse given to him by Kuro. So Kuro basically indirectly gives Wolf the mortal blade, since you need a double life mechanic to survive the mortal blade killing you. Empress Jingu mentions in her biography stating, west of thy servant's country, there is a river source which issues the mountain Cholsan in Gongna. It is a distant 7-day journey. It need not to be approached, but one should drink of this water, and so having gotten the iron of this mountain, waited upon the sage court for all ages. When presented with the 7-branch sword, the water stated here is a reference in Sekiro with the immortality water that Genichiro drinks, as the river that flows in Ashina comes from the divine dragon. The immortality water is basically a metaphor of water, basically being the essence of life in our world, since no creature can survive without water. Every biological creature needs water to keep living, and Genichiro discovering the water from the dragon drives him insane. The divine dragon in some way has also become corrupt. The found nobles even suck the life essence out of you, turning you old. I wonder if the reason could be if the water has its consequences when drinking it, turning the nobles insane, or if the nobles need to steal people's life essence so the water has its immortality effect. The divine dragon is a curse to the nation of Ashina, basically causing a war for the nation against feudal Japan. Overall, the boss itself is an 8 out of 10. The symbolism that the dragon carries with Buddhism, with its tie to real life history, and the lore ties to Sekiro, along with being a fun spectating boss fight, makes this an amazing boss for what Sekiro is trying to convey to us as the player. Cool ass dragon and cool ass lore is all I have to say for this boss. Corrupted Monk narrowly misses the top 10, only because there's a better variant of her literally right after her, or at least after the one more boss. You can find her at the end of Mibu Village guarding a cave that holds the shelter stone for you to progress the storyline. You can either face her or the guardian ape first, depending on how you feel. When you make your way through the village, you see sort of a humanoid variant creatures just roam around the village like they are empty inside. It looks like they've been trying to stay near the river to gain its immortality effect, yet like the nobles above them, they've gone insane. The water might not even give them immortality, and they've just gone insane thinking they've gained immortality. Yes, the water comes from the palace that's above them, and there are two nobles, but the corrupted monk seems like she's guarding the only entrance to the palace to prevent people below the palace from entering. The classic take on society with rich being above everyone else, you know, same old, same old. The palace shines in comparison to the village, being dark and moody, no matter what time zone it is in the game. You can either face the monk face to face or sneak up behind her. You can't even do a death blow unless you do a speedrun tactic, so why would you even try to go from behind? Well, if you paid attention in the Lady Butterfly fight, then you know that snapping seeds actually do something to phantom enemies. And what is Corrupted Monk? That's right, a phantom enemy. You can use 3 snapping seeds to take down a good chunk of her health since she has some crazy defense. You can't really damage her without the confetti buff due to her probably having divine defense or something similar to that. Even when you use the firework cheese, that stops working completely after a certain amount of fireworks, so it's better to use 3 snapping seeds and face her fairly. The point of this boss is to break her posture to kill her. You can't decrease her health without cheesing her. She has a lot of fair and counterable moveset for you to face her. Her moveset feels smooth and calm, yet you realize quickly these moves hit like a truck. When I replayed Sekiro for this video, I forgot how much damage she does, so if you miss one parry or fail the parry mid combo, it could be game over for you. Do not underestimate her. Yes, she has a pretty generous counterable moveset, but she isn't a pushover. The monk will be aggressive most of the time and won't let you breathe in certain moments. The amount of time she does a slamming attack on you while healing is very reminiscent of Godskin Duo using their fireball attack while you heal. Even though when she does try to be aggressive, when you get enough posture damage, she will jump back to recover posture. You do not want her to do this because you can't afford to lose posture when she has majority of her health still due to her unable to take damage from normal circumstances. It's so fun pairing every combo she has. It feels so natural to Sekiro's gameplay, and the boss rewards you for being able to react properly to its moveset. She feels a very relaxed mid-game boss compared to the Guardian Ape, and is a skill check to the player to see if they've been learning the game's mechanics. The boss might not be hard compared to its mid-game counterpart, it's still a very fun mechanical boss. Monk feels very satisfying to fight. It's obvious this boss is meant to be fought with no prosthetics, and that's fine with me. It doesn't ruin the boss and actually excels the boss quality, testing the player's skill mid-game. Overall, I give this an 8 out of 10. Because this boss has another version of it, I couldn't rank it higher since her counterpart does everything she does, but better. She didn't crack the top 10 in this version though. It doesn't take away the fun from the monk.
Dude, those animals are so fucking funny, they make me want to merge without looking!
In my first playthrough, I reached the area after the giant snake. You know that feeling of looking at an area then thinking, this is a boss fight. Yeah, Gyobu stage is basically that. With the piles of fire, bodies, and destroyed weapons, you know this is a battlefield. Something went down. When you reach closer to the Ashina gate entrance, Gyobu comes out saying, Me llamo! As the first main boss of the game, Gyobu sets the tone of Sekiro on what Sekiro is as a game. I went into detail earlier what Gyobu teaches the player, and I'm going to expand more a bit on that. It is crazy to me how good Gyobu teaches the player as a starting boss. FromSoft has a pretty decent record when it comes to tutorial bosses. Most of these bosses are pretty subtle on what they have to teach the player. Before Sekiro, I think the boss that does the best to teach the player is Ludix Gundyr in DS3. Ludix is the perfect boss for the players who haven't played the Dark Souls series or any FromSoft title. He isn't hard and has a very forgiving dodge frame as well as readable winded attacks for the player to see. His second phase is to show players not to get comfortable with repeating patterns. Anything can change in the fight, so it's the player's job to adapt to the fight. Gyobu isn't necessarily the tutorial boss Sekiro wants us to face yet. He's more like an introduction boss that Sekiro sets up for us. Gyobu's grand introduction isn't for show, but to give the player some leisure into getting some attack towards the boss. Gyobu can be very passive aggressive with his attacks. Your job as the player is to figure out the controls and react accordingly to his attacks. For a beginner boss, he has a lot of depth to his moveset surprisingly. He has a 3 attack combo that you have to parry well to be able to have the chance to attack him. All 3 attacks come out in delayed successions, with the final attack being a powerful last attack. If you can parry the last attack, Gyobu will be stunned, giving you a window to put some damage in. One thing you'll notice is that Gyobu will try to run around. There's a grappler indicator every time he stops, and it's the game indirectly telling you to close in the gap. If you don't, then Gyobu can and will use long range attacks to punish you. Even if you parry or dodge, he recovers posture, which you don't want. Gyobu's whole purpose is to teach the player the basics and to lead the player on what they need to figure out to conquer Sekiro. He feels very dominant and reminds me of a David and Goliath type of situation. You're just a small man who just got humbled by Genichiro, causing your arm to be lost. Then you wake up with little to no memory on how you arrive outside of Ashina Castle, having to make your way through the area to rescue Kuro. Just as you make it to the entrance, a Goliath enemy comes to confront you. Gyobu really does make you feel like you are no better than the many warriors that have confronted him in the invasion of Ashina Castle. It took around 10 tries my first time to figure out how to beat Gyobu, then at some point I saw the patterns. In his second phase, it's more or less the same, but he starts becoming a bit more aggressive, almost like he has something to protect. In the first area, he's very forgiving on your mistakes when attacking him. It's okay to get a feel of his attacks. After the first health bar, he starts to attack you more and starts to reset his position more. Basically, Gyobu is telling you, you had a trial run, now let's see what you learned. He basically takes off the training wheels for you to get a hand on the controls. When I dropped the game a few times before I actually sat down to complete it, Gyobu was never challenged after the first time, even when it took months to pick it up again. I don't know why, but it reaffirms Gyobu being a beginner boss for the player. There's a subtle movement to his attacks when he does his combos, and that subtleness in his attacks are just more than the boss teaching the player. There could be a lore reason to it. If you don't know, Gyobu is the last line of defense for Ashina Castle. The constant wars against him has whittled down their defenses, and the sad reality comes that Gyobu is the only major hitter left. Isshin is getting old, unable to keep defending Ashina. That's why there's only Gyobu left at the gate. His soldiers are either inside the castle protecting everyone or are dead. The first phase could be him being tired of constantly keeping enemies away, and once you get your first death blow, he realizes that he could die if he doesn't retaliate back properly. Like Isshin or Genichiro, he has to retaliate with one last push to fight back. He fails though, submitting to Wolf, and his horse just goes up to him, unable to do anything without him. It's a bit sad to see that this is the case of Ashina this early into Sekiro. His last words are him apologizing to Genichiro, knowing that he was their last line of defense and was unable to do anything. It's the earliest showing in Sekiro that Wolf's constant killing of everyone is hurting the nation without acknowledgement. Gyobu failed so the player could succeed, and it's sad to see that he couldn't protect the nation that he cared so much about, not knowing that it was Wolf's indirect loyalty to Kuro that got him killed. Overall, this boss is a 9 out of 10 for me. FromSoft managed to nail perfectly the tone Sekiro has in its gameplay and lore with Gyobu as a beginner boss. It's what I can appreciate about him and why I decided he needed to be in the top 10 for this list. He's a great tutorial boss for the player to get a feel of the mechanics that Sekiro has us go through and doesn't baby us the whole time. It's why people love FromSoft games. They are conveying us what to do instead of having a million stuff on our screens explaining stupid mechanics that the player misses because of long words. It's the letting go of your child when they ride a bike mentality that FromSoft has always had from the starting bosses for these games. Games. Yeah, fucking voice crack. Too bad the bull contradicts this, but fuck the bull, and we'll just ignore him. Also, side note, when you play against him in New Game Plus, it's so satisfying using Dragon Flash combat art against him, since it actually does some crazy posture damage. If you combine this with Sugar and the Yen prosthetic, you can one-cycle him easily. Shout out to Ungba for teaching me this, the actual GOAT for real. For someone who's named the Gentle Blade, she for sure doesn't feel like she's being gentle with you. Oh my god, she doesn't have to be with me, please. You can unlock this boss when you decide to forsake Kuro and decide to join Owl to take over Ashina. Emma comes out from Kuro's room to face both Owl and Wolf. Owl tells Wolf to handle Emma as he leaves to resolve something. Emma raises her sword against you, disappointed that things have come to this. She states that Shuro has taken over Wolf and she needs to stop Shura from coming into fruition. Shuro needs to be destroyed and Emma realizes that things have come to this. It's the same curse the sculptor faces in the story, but Wolf has embraced Shura in her eyes. Emma has some pretty crazy mix-ups to her. Her attacks feel like a dance to the player. She has such an elegance to her attack that it feels like a back and forth of two dancers going at it. Every combo she does feels like there's so much heart put into it that I can't describe properly. Her attacks are quick and fierce, coming right after another, so change up the pace by slowing down, which might throw you off a bit. My favorite part is when she does that one combo where it seems like a dance duel between you two. It's like a tempo that you can't afford to miss, since you get an opportunity to attack back when you finish the tempo of the combo. I just enjoy the mix between fast tempo and slow tempo with Emma. When you break the tempo of the duel, she does this cross slash attack that Isshin himself does, which really does show well her relationship with the Ashina family. Obviously she would have been trained by them since she assists the family every day, so there's a trust that's being built by the family with her. Alright, so in looking into that, supposedly they didn't train her, but it was someone else. I'm not sure if that person was outside the family or not. Yeah, I realized that mistake when I was editing it, when I was editing this, so I was like, you know what, we're just gonna keep that part in. Because pretty sure she probably was some training. When I faced her for the first time, she was just an off-putting boss for me. I couldn't figure out the rhythm she had and was really struggling to figure out what to do. The tempo flow she has just completely messed me up as I was so used to the fast-paced loop this game had. Even when you step back to heal or reset the fight, she would just hard rush you with no leg room for you to adapt. Once you get a combo going, she'll try to break in constantly with multiple types of unblockables. A sweep attack, a thrust attack, and the infamous grab attack. I don't know why, but this attack always messed me up. The wind up for this attack was so long for Sekiro standard, yet whenever she built up this attack, my ass always looked at her with no brain cells just tanking the attack. I don't know why I kept doing this over and over again. Her small stature always threw me off, since the lighting could have been a factor to not be able to recognize the unblockables. Anyways, I always enjoyed dueling her whenever I replay Sekiro. If it wasn't for the replay mechanic for Sekiro, I wouldn't face her as much as I do now. It's always annoying having to replay certain parts of FromSoft games to get the good bosses. Bloodborne. Though this mechanic really does save Emma from being forgotten in the game. She's really entertaining as a 1-2-1 human boss. Sekiro has always tried to keep the off-script bosses to a minimum, like the fucking bull, and give us a variety of warriors based on bosses to give us an amazing boss roster. It's a fair games 1v1 between the two, and it's tragic that once you execute her, you hold her with such grace for a second, almost like you regret the decision you just made, unable to go back. She's not a warrior like the rest of the family, since it presses she does her best to try to kill you for the sake of the family, or at least for Kuro's sake. My favorite interaction with her outside the boss fight is when you give her sake to drink. Usually she will reject it if it's unrefined sake, but will indulge in it at a certain point in the story. She is asked by Wolf why she wanted to learn how to use the blade. She says she wants to kill a demon if one was to appear. She isn't fond of killing, but that's the only exception, which makes her death by Wolf even more tragic, unable to stop Shura. She tries to brush it off as a joke, yet we know it isn't considering the events of Sekiro. When you give her Ashina sake, she shares with you that as a child, she's been in the medical field and isn't fond of the smell. She even teases Wolf a bit, sharing a story of a warrior refusing to tell her where the pain of his injury is coming from. She asks Wolf if it sounds familiar, but Wolf is just confused by this comment. The story refers to Wolf though. If you give her monkey booze, she shares a tale when she was saved by a monkey in the battlefield when she was a young girl. She was an orphan of war, like Wolf, and all she could do was stay there in shock, unable to do anything. She sees a monkey eating a rice ball, and the monkey offers her one. Whether this monkey was the sculptor himself, or even Tomoe, is up for debate. Okay, it was the sculptor. Yeah, it was the sculptor. There's no denying that. He even mentions it. I'm leaning more towards the sculptor, since they both obviously have a connection with each other. This piece of information shares with us both Wolf and Emma are a product of war, doing anything it takes to survive. But when they lost everything, there was always someone to help. With Wolf, it was Owl who gave him his wings, and with Emma, it was the monkey who gave her the blade to carry around. Also, Emma does teach Kuro how to make rice balls as well if you do the return ending when you give him rice, showing that she's passing down a piece of history of herself that saved her at her lowest. She has one more dialogue involving the Dragon Spring Sake, but that really isn't as important as the other three. Well, kind of. Not really, but not really. Emma in some way reminds me of Wolf, who was able to take a break from the notions of war in her own way. Yes, the wars in Ashina have lasted as long as Isshin's life, or even before, yet she was able to find comfort of her own from the people who saved her. She's obviously the cute girl who levels up your resources trope in FromSoft games, though she has a different charm to her that others don't. Melina Elden Ring is still a mystery. Firekeeper only really shares with us things revolving around her role as a Firekeeper, and the closest character we actually get to know more of is the doll in Bloodborne, since she's a boss technically. So it's really nice having the Saki dialogue with Emma because we get to know her a bit. It gives her that human touch a lot of the other maid type characters lack at times. She's just cute to look at, and it's always comforting standing next to her. Now, if we only got a marriage route with her, then she would have been #1 for sure. Overall, this boss is like an 8.5 out of 10 for me. Yes, I know I ranked the previous boss 9 out of 10, but this is my list, so I'm gonna do what I want. Get over it. Emma deserves a top 10 spot for this because of her role in the story, as well as being a really good boss to face before the main boss in the battle route. As we wrapped up Emma, we continued the battle route with Isshin coming from Kuro's room, seeing what just transpired. As he holds Emma, he states that Wolf is an unkind and unjust man, yet he couldn't bring himself to hate Wolf for some reason. He brings out his long sword to cut down Shura, just like Emma did. He has such a menacing look to him when he brings out his sword, uncanny to the usual jokester side he has in his Sake dialogue. All that remains of Isshin at this point of the story is an ember of his past. He might not be in his prime of his life anymore, though it doesn't matter if it's for the sake of Ashina. For now, I'm not gonna cover lore stuff for Isshin until later because this boss is a bit of a reskin. It still has some changes to it that I feel like warrants a spot separate from his counterpart. Until we reach there, I'm gonna limit some lore stuff and just talk about the mechanics. First phase of the boss is very similar to a Saint version with some key differences. You want to keep the pressure with him like you did in a Saint boss fight to get the loop you want. Like Emma though, he will constantly try to break the flow and try to reset the fight without you having an advantage. He's sort of playing in a defense position to get you to have an opening. When you try to rush him down, he'll do 2 attacks, an unblockable grab attack, or he'll swing his third leg at you. I'm not joking about the third leg attack. You better pray the moment he dodges your attack, it's a grab attack, because I still fall for that swing attack for some reason. In my 500 hours of Sekiro, I still fell for it twice, forgetting he can dodge your attacks. I'm thinking to myself, same as the Saint version, realizing that one dodge move is the win condition for him at times. Unlike his prime form, Ishin Ashina does more charge attacks like the Ichimonji double, showing that age difference has done to him. That's more apparent with his second phase. He introduces more fire-based attacks on the contrary from his prime form. This is Ishin's last hurrah and starts the phase with a charged up attack with fire covering the arena. If you can find a spot away from him, he'll rush you down with a flurry attack. If you're too close, he'll extend the charge attack for you to parry. The phase now becomes on his terms instead of yours. He's taking the offense for this phase, and now you have to play defense. He'll break your combos constantly by using charged up fire attacks. You can't parry these charged up fire attacks, and even if you do, the fire proc will do a shit ton of damage to you. You have 2 options, dodge them or use the fire umbrella. Or be a bitch and use the fireworks, but that don't count. At this point of the game, you should have upgraded Fire Umbrella. It doesn't take much to upgrade, unlike the maxed out other prosthetics. When you combine it with Projected Force, you can fully counter the fire proc that Isshin's fire attack have and revert the damage back. I feel like the umbrella was made for this boss fight and another one. Using the umbrella for this boss fight does not break the combat flow like the fireworks do. I always see people say the umbrella is cheesy when the fireworks are arguably more cheesy than the umbrella. Is the umbrella broken? A bit, yeah, I'll admit. Does it do crazy stagger and regular damage? At times, yeah, depending on what you're playing with. Does it ruin combat? Absolutely not. Unlike the fireworks, the umbrella encourages you to continue the flow. The fireworks might be cheap to use, but it comes at a cost of ruining the flow of the boss and giving the boss an opportunity to reset back into position, or using an attack that the fireworks can't counter. The umbrella does cost more, yet you get more reward off of it with both types of damage, negating the proper effect of the damage received, and you are able to keep the flow of combat without the boss potentially resetting into something unfavorable for you. The umbrella encourages counterplay that will get you to keep the flow going, while the fireworks don't, and Ishin Ashina shows that to the player. You can use the fireworks to counteract the charged fire attacks and get some damage in with no posture damage, or use the umbrella with the skill to get both types of damages and keeping Isshin in the position you want him in. Why go for the boring option when the other option is better statistically and more fun? Because I guarantee you, the moment you run out of spirit, you're going to panic either due to not realizing it or due to habit, and it will cost you to run. Don't use the fireworks because they're a hassle and make the game boring. Or just dodge. Overall, this boss is an 8.5 like Emma. This boss is more of a side content thing and you aren't forced to do it. Unless you're trying to do the gauntlet, but that's beside the point. They still wanted to keep the theme of Isshin being the last boss, so they used him again for this ending. He just ranks this low because of his counterpart. This boss is just really nice to play against, and you don't really need to think about it much if you've beaten the game before. You just face him when you want the ending achievement for him.
Sekiro!
Sekiro よ。ってやれぬか。
After collecting both the stone and lotus flower, you come back to Ashina Castle overtaken by warriors. The warriors belong to Owl. When you make your way on the top, Owl's talking to Kuro. Kuro states that he thought Owl died during the Harada estate situation, yet he's right in front of him. All Owl tells him is to return to serve Kuro on his side in the hopes of gaining the immortality blood. Kuro is immediately disgusted and tells him to leave. Once Kuro leaves, you confront Owl on what transpired. Owl says the time to strike Ashina is now and to join him in that crusade. In your very first gameplay of Sekiro, it won't let you pick the option to forsake Kuro no matter how many times you pick it, so everyone will be forced to break the Iron Code. You tell Owl your loyalty is now with Kuro, and Owl's heartbroken that Wolf has chosen to forsake him after all he's done for Wolf. Wolf turns his back, heading to Kuro's room. Owl keeps talking how disappointed he is in Wolf's choice, but slowly draws his sword. He attacks Wolf, yet Wolf counters the attack, expecting a reaction like that from Owl. The battle between not only master and student starts, but also father and son. Owl will be the level and skill check for the player at this point of the story. You might have either a smooth, consistent, difficult experience with the game, or a constant back-to-back struggle with the game in your first playthrough. It doesn't matter at this point, since the difficulty spikes completely with this boss. Owl has a roster mix-up with his arsenal against you. What you would notice is half his movesets sort of counter your arsenal, the most obvious one being the smoke bomb. After almost each combo, Owl will use the smoke bomb with a special effect that prevents you from healing. Owl does not play a fair man's game in this fight, and this one move is proof of that. Having your ability to heal to shut down at any point of the fight is literal death on your first playthrough. He will constantly try to do this, and you are forced to play perfectly throughout the fight. This effect lingers pretty long as well, so waiting it out isn't viable because he's gonna try to rush you down to either apply pressure or reapply the effect. He does have an opening when doing this move, though it's better to completely avoid it since the smoke still lingers for a bit. Owl does not want you to have advantage at any moment being a skill check boss. If you decide to play passively, he'll just whittle you down and try to stop you from healing. The best option for this fight is to be aggressive. Owl's not going to let you do that and will constantly try to give himself the advantage. It is a constant back and forth of who's going to break first and get advantage. It's your job to react appropriately to his disruptions and going back to the aggressive each time he tries to go back to his neutral. Owl will do this backflip move. You have to parry the backflip and the shuriken, giving Owl some options to retaliate back. He will do a sword swing attack, use a smoke bomb, or extend the move to a full combo. The first two options will allow you to punish early, but if he extends the move, you have no option but to parry each attack, which will create distance between you two, giving him an opportunity to regain posture. Once you parry this combo, you want to create pressure back so he doesn't turn the tide against you, so healing after this combo can be a negative trade for you. By the time you're done healing, he's going to start another combo. Actions like these give Owl as much advantage if you can't react properly to the action he does. That doesn't mean he does not have openings. He has 3 attacks that let you get an opening. 2 shurikens followed by a slam attack, a small firework combo, and his double swing combo he could do during a main combo. The first two you will have to avoid stepping either behind him or on the side. You could use the umbrella to negate the damage, but I only recommend this if you have the upgrades available, which you won't have until a bit later. The firework combo will be his main disruption combo to create distance, so you do not want to parry the last attack since you will get damage and it's a positive interaction with him. His double swing combo is a free punish to stop his combos. Utilize the opportunity to steal back the fight and turn the tides. It's like I said earlier, everything he does counters your moveset. Using a thrust attack on him will activate his own McCree counter and let him steal life easily. Playing passively will let him take advantage, and healing can be useless depending on the situation he puts you in. These actions could be either from old age or Wolf betraying him even after all he's done for him. If he's not playing fair, then you shouldn't either. Use every item possible to counteract his counters. Once you get him to phase 2, he'll get on his knees begging for forgiveness, seeming like he's giving up. Once you get closer, he activates a real smoke bomb and can either use the opportunity to attack or stop you from healing. The attacks combos from him change really quick since it seems like he's going all out on phase 2 against you. The smoke maneuver changes everything as it becomes his one of 2 main ways to create distance against you. His old combos turn into another variety of themselves, enough for you to get confused and ruin your flow against him. There's not much you can do to prevent the smoke, so you have to react properly, which can be a bit difficult if you can't escape the smoke area in time. His backflip move no longer follows up with shuriken, but instead him spreading poison. You might be inclined to rush him like the other phase. That won't work. Owl creates a lose-lose situation with this move, and you have to consider at that moment which decision won't net you as much loss as the other one. If you decide to rush him, you have an opportunity to potentially avoid the poison, which might sound good at first. The key word is potentially. Depending on the position he's in, the poison can clutter up next to you, so it's going to proc against you. At first, it doesn't look bad, just a bit of poison. What if your healing is negated? That one action could cost you your life or the fight. So if that does happen, you might just avoid the poison. This is where scenario 2 comes in. Your healing is blocked or you do not want to risk the poison due to low gorge. If Owl's posture is high enough, he will try to use a move to reset his posture back to half or all of it if his health is high enough. This one poison move has no downsides for Owl. You have to consider his health, his posture, his position, and your own health and posture along with any status effects you might have. On top of that, he can still extend his combos, so if you decide to rush him unprepared to parry or step back to heal, he might just rush you to apply pressure. It is crazy that changes to phase 2 are enough to give him such a big advantage. The moment you get advantage, he disrupts immediately to reset. When I mean reset, I don't mean in health, but in aggressiveness for him to start the next interaction. In other phases, yeah, the boss will get new moves or variant changes to existing moves, but with Owl, it's a bit different. You can adapt to the changes bosses might get pretty easily with the exception of a secret phase, since those can actually completely change the fight. Owl creates an illusion from this design. You think the changes aren't much initially. Once you play the phase more and more, you realize this phase is completely different from the other one on how you're going to approach Owl. Phase 1 is to be as aggressive as you can. Phase 2 tests your decision making to see if you can react properly on what Owl is doing. Yes, aggressiveness might be the play at first, but you could have gotten more back in return by just taking a step back, and vice versa. On my very first playthrough, phase 1 took me like 10 tries or so. Not bad for a first time playthrough honestly. Phase 2 though took me 2.5 hours. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out why I was struggling so hard. It wasn't until I replayed Sekiro I realized that phase 2 is way different from phase 1. Every time I replay Sekiro or when I reach Owl, I don't take phase 1 seriously. I know every move like the back of my hand. Once I reach phase 2, I lock the fuck in. It's not even a slight concentration. I full on ignore everything to be phase 2. That illusion of slight change is probably why Miyazaki says Owl is his favorite boss in Sekiro. His favorite boss uses poison. This man has an unhealthy obsession with poison swabs, I swear. Anyways, Owl phase 2 is a love and hate relationship for me. I love that his second phase has you on your toes and to not underestimate the changes to his moveset that may appear as minor at first. Owl's trickiness is what becomes hard to adapt to. I hate this phase because I have to lock in every time I face this boss, and the initial 2.5 hours of suffering he caused my first playthrough. Owl is basically consort design in terms of boss design in this kit. Radon also follows the principle of illusion with his rays of light in the second phase. At first it doesn't seem as bad, though the rays of light have you confront him way more differently to avoid the holy damage. Small differences affect Owl, and it's apparent the moment you reach phase 2. Phase 2 seems to me that Owl accepts that Wolf has betrayed him, so he's going to treat him like any other enemy. Getting that first death blow was probably a more certified answer to Wolf's decision. You get 3 resurrection quotes from Owl when you die to him. These quotes are basically the recitation of the Iron Code. Quote 1. The parent is absolute. Their will must be obeyed, yet I'm sensing some insubordination. Quote 2. The master is absolute. You give your life to keep them safe. And quote 3. Fear is absolute. There is no shame in losing one battle, but you must take revenge by any means necessary. I wonder if you got that in you, to bring me down. These quotes are Owl's last resort to hopefully bring back Wolf to his side. The quote he hammered Wolf as a kid is supposed to be a contract that he has him in. Every resurrection is an act of betrayal that Wolf has standed against his father. They were supposed to take out Ashina from the inside, yet Wolf recognized he must do the right thing to end the war for the resurrection blood. When you finally take down the master, Owl doesn't resent Wolf at all. His last words are, "That's my boy." Proud of Wolf finding his own path in life, Owl was proud as a master seeing the students surpass him in combat. And Owl was proud as a father seeing the lost pup he found growing strong in life to be able to walk by himself now. Overall, I give this boss a 9.5 out of 10. Owl joins the roster of mid-game bosses that does an amazing job of teaching players the importance of skill check. Unlike bosses like Pontiff or Ornstein and Smo, Owl goes above and beyond, reminding the player the importance of aggressiveness and proper counter reaction. His phase 2 in his own way is saying to the player that anything could happen and to prepare against changes in fight. His ability to change up the flow on his terms is why I enjoy the uniqueness of Owl. Guys, I have a confession. In my very first playthrough and some future ones, I cheesed this boss. Guardian Ape is one boss I knew was in Sekiro due to Donkey. This boss is the face of Sekiro for the community. It's due to one action, his secret second phase. It's not a secret phase because you still have to fight him, but he jump scared so many streamers with the game giving you the Shinobi execution card, signifying the boss has been slayed. I didn't get this luxury because of Donkey, which I don't mind because I chose to spoil this part of the game. What I do mind is me cheesing this boss my very first playthrough. Let me tell you why. Once I defeated the monk, the Guardian Ape was the last requirement before Wolf. I proceeded to face him for the first time prepared. After 3 tries, I was ready to cheese him. I don't know why I came to this conclusion after 3 tries. Why would I ruin my own experience so soon? That's because of the fucking bull. I fucking hate this piece of shit. Holy fuck. As much as I glaze this game, for some reason FromSoft always adds some BS in every game without fail. The bull goes against everything game teaches for some reason with his fire proc. Explain to me why the burn status effect still applies even when you perfectly parry and you still take damage. All the bull has you to do is wait for the charge up attack and run around poking damage slowly. This bullfight made me want to avoid doing any mini boss fights that isn't melee oriented. I don't like how this boss was designed and forced early in the game. If the bull was mid game or even just after Genichiro, I wouldn't complain. It's because of the bull that initially I thought the Guardian Ape was boring and unfair. If I made this video last year, then I would put him in last. I didn't though, and I'm glad I didn't. God, being lazy on that One Piece video actually aged well. Except that Kanye part. Holy fuck. Why did I even put that part? I think Guardian Ape is actually a perfect boss fight for Sekiro's mechanics today and has only aged better and better over the years. At the end of Sunken Valley, you see a territory dominated by monkeys. You see an arena with one big monkey just waiting there. You can enter the arena and won't trigger him until you walk closer towards him. You can use this opportunity to buff up and even use the Mortal Blade combat art. You get a total of 4 attacks if timed right to deal crazy posture and health damage. Getting 1 is enough to start the fight with a good amount of damage. Unlike many of the bosses of Sekiro, the ape doesn't have any passive or aggressive combos in his arsenal. He has a certain amount of moves that he will use against you. The difference is that you have to wait till either the combo ends or gives an opening for you to deal damage. This fight might not require you to be aggressive, but it does require you to get close to him to get value. At first, it might be scary to stay close, with attacks appearing to be random. In reality, the ape has 2 real combos with many disruptions. He has a slam combo where you can just end the combo with a body slam, and another similar combo where he wails on the ground, flapping his arms like a white kid crying to his mom who wouldn't get him V-Bucks. Pairing the attacks might be difficult at face value, though you can get practicing with the Lone Shadow Swordsman and the Senpo Monks. They offer attacks where they don't use weapons. If you can get used to these attacks, then you'll have pairing down for the ape in no time. Since the ape is constantly moving, posture damage doesn't go down as easily, and you can grapple towards him when he lets you. Even with 2 combos essentially in his kit, his ability to cancel into other moves is what makes this fight seem random, like the AP is. Why did I say like the AP is like a slur? Okay, bro. He can stop 2 mid combos and fart in front of you. You can manipulate this action by stepping to the side to avoid the fart from proccing poison. He will soon follow up where he jumps high, reaching into his ass crack and throws dookie at you. Just stand right below him to punish the ape when he comes down. You can get a lot of damage in by just watching your position and attacking him when he's busy trying to wind up attacks. Don't let him drop his teamy one on you, basically. Guardian Ape infamous grab attack is what causes a lot of confusion for players. It comes out really unexpectedly, which causes players to panic by surprise. The grab can be avoided by just jumping backwards. It comes out fast, but you have plenty of time to actually dodge it. Just be prepared since it can come out mid-combo out of nowhere. The last thing he can do is more like an extension to his combo. At like 60% health, he runs around in a circle and comes back to throw himself to grab you. It's actually pretty easy to dodge by running away and lets you get a good amount of attacks in. The Guardian Ape tricks you into thinking that his moveset is random due to being an animal-based boss. When you peel the layers back a bit, the only thing that ends up being random is the disruption to those combos he will do. The ideal option will be to script his attacks to the ones you need. If you're struggling, some of the prosthetics actually do help. If you can't dodge the poop attack on time, the umbrella can negate the damage and poison. The fire barrel can also be used surprisingly even though the arena is surrounded by water. Just throw some oil at him and you can get a guaranteed proc on him. You just have to space it out at the fight and not use all your spirit emblems in this phase. Once you take them down, he gets back up like the Undertaker, ready for round 2. This phase is significantly easier than phase 1. Your combat goes from melee to sword, now to sword combat. I think having the ape go to sword combat was intentional because a lot of players are gonna struggle more with the first phase. So having another phase being similar to the first one would be overwhelming for someone who wasted all their resources in phase 1. His moveset is completely different, but much more predictable. This phase is the closest the game forces you to use a prosthetic, that being the spear prosthetic. You don't have to use it, though the game basically hints it with the ape's neck being exposed. You can find a spear by killing an enemy for the key to a small building nearby where you start the game. You don't have to upgrade the prosthetic either to get value. The ape might have predictable moveset, but he still has monkey business habits. Ideally, you want the ape to do his sword combos because if you parry enough attacks, he does a slam attack that knocks him down and gives you an opportunity to use the spear. That's easier said than done though. Not because the parries are hard, it's because the ape can stall for so long to give you the right combo at times. His screech attack causes terror buildup, so you can't stay close unless you have the purple umbrella and have enough spirit emblems to use in phase 2. He has a short and long screech, with the short one being able to be used mid-combo. Honestly, I don't understand why he has this type of attack, unless the centipede is the one causing it, since True Monk also has terror attack. It feels a bit out of place. Also, like, he doesn't have a mouth either. That doesn't make any sense either. I don't understand. You have to be not paying attention to get killed by it. He also gets a jump sweep attack that lets you get a free punishment if you dodge it. The flow for this phase can feel so satisfying when the ape actually gives you the right RNG, though the con at times can be him dragging it out to fuck with you. I'll admit, it can be frustrating having him just run away from you and use a screech attack 3 times in a row. Imagine being a speedrunner dealing with this shit. Even with him missing his head, it's still monkey business at the end of the day. At least he doesn't throw shit on you during this phase. I used to prefer this phase over the first phase, but now after actually fighting this boss fairly last year, phase 1 has aged like fine wine. The ape does the bull's job better. You can play perfectly against the bull and you are still going to be punished. The ape only punishes you when you don't consider your position and rewards you back knowing its openings. The bull is confined in a small space, so if you even dare close in the gap, the bull will punish you, so you have to create distance and hope you have enough HP to do a finishing blow after building up posture. The arena the ape has gives the player leisure to reset the fight when they want and encourages the player to script the ape moveset so they can punish accordingly. The bull forces passive play and the ape encourages passive play in response to certain movesets. If I can take 2 bulls, lock them in a cage, have them breed, wait for the baby to be born, and then curse on the baby in front of them, then I would do that. The bull indirectly ruined the Guardian Ape boss fight, and I hate myself for it. I robbed myself of an amazing experience due to how the bull works mechanically. Every time I face Guardian Ape, it's a haunting reminder of me ruining the experience everyone had. The ape is an amazing experience that everyone should have when playing Sekiro, and you shouldn't cheese any boss in the game, even when you have trouble. Guardian Ape connection to the sculptor is heartbreaking, as the game hints that the ape killed the sculptor's partner. When you hand him monkey booze, the sculptor says, "I'd drink this monkey booze whenever I was tired of training and listen to the howl of my partner's finger whistle while I drank. It was from his unique ring." Yes, the quote says him. There's a translation error supposedly with the Japanese translation being Ayatsu, referring to gender neutral. The Kingfisher, sculptor's partner supposedly, is hinted to be a woman. Whether that's the case shouldn't really matter, as the events has traumatized him. It could be that the Guardian Ape got no bitches in life, so he was hating on a real OG. Overall, the Guardian Ape is a 10 out of 10 boss. I am amazed how well this boss was designed, despite the hiccups with the ogre and bull. It's an experience you just have to face for yourself to know how well a boss so mechanically different from every boss fits so well into Sekiro's roster. I understand why there was so much praise for him, and why he gets so much recognition when Sekiro's bosses are brought up. FromSoft always tries to throw in bosses in every game that in some way go against the comfortability of what the player has gotten used to, either making the difficulty spike or giving a boss something different from other bosses. I don't want to call this boss a gimmick boss, since it's not that at all. Guardian Ape is one of those bosses where FromSoft tries to test its combat system in different ways unusual from its base methods. Gimmick bosses do in some way categorize here, though there's other examples besides those like dual boss fights, puzzle boss fights, etc, etc. While some of these bosses' quality can vary, the Guardian Ape is perfect because of how mechanically different it is. They nailed what they could do with Sekiro's combat with this type of situation perfectly, regardless of the bull's inclusion in the game. They took everything wrong with that mini boss and fixed the issues with Guardian Ape, so I don't think it's an exaggeration to call this boss perfect at all. Guardian Ape finds its own way to challenge the player and does it without flaw. It still follows the principles of it's still your fault if you mess up, but doesn't rely on any cheap tactics to one up the player, even if at the start it does feel like it. The Guardian Ape is one of two bosses in Sekiro that could be used as an example on how to create a boss outside of what the player is comfortable from going forward in FromSoft formula. This boss might not crack the top 5 of this list. I think giving it a 10 out of 10 score is fair enough, seeing as everything about the Guardian Ape is done perfectly with no flaw, and I promise that this is the last time I'll mention the bull as well. Maybe.
Remember when you were making out with your first girlfriend, and you came right as she touched your leg? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at super speed so it'd seem like you nutted at just a woman's touch!
Starting the top 5 is True Corrupted Monk. Something about the True Corrupted Monk gives her a certain charm to her character. Her design is way different from a traditional female monk, and yes, women in Buddhist culture can be monks. It's just believed by many people that only men can become monks. Women monastics actually outnumber the men monastics by a lot. The only reason why it's perceived that there's almost no women monastics is because of political reasons in certain countries. They're referred to as nuns by masses, but the actual definition for them is bukkani? Yeah, I'll just put it up on the screen. Which in some way does translate to nun. There's a lot of heated debates in Thailand and other countries whether to let women be monks or not, since politics have always been used to deter certain groups away from religious beliefs. Whether it's right or wrong shouldn't matter. What does matter is how clean the corrupted monk looks. Her whole blend of traditional monk attire with a roguelike type of look just looks so well designed. FromSoft have always managed to create visually memorable bosses that tell a story to the player just by their design. It's a part of the FromSoft formula that we all know. You can tell certain bosses just by looks what type of story they tell and make you question how they got into that position. Artorias from DS1 is the best example of this type of storytelling. A man described by legend to have fought the Abyss from taking over the world. Though when you actually confront him, he's not the man described in legend at all. He limps approaching you with bloody scars and torn up armor, with the Abyss taking over his mind as he attacks you with just one arm carrying his sword. Facing Artorias, it's apparent to the player that Artorias failed in his mission to stop the Abyss, and all that's left is a husk of his prime with shame oozing out of his body, aka the Abyss. The true monk design sort of follows this principle in some way. She has layers and layers of monk robes covering her body, and an Oni mask with the forefront of it all showing her wicked side to the player. The Oni mask represents the corrupted monk's willingness to let her demonic acts overtake her, the opposite of a monk's teachings. Her real name is Priestess Yao, that's revealed in an art book. She stands in the entrance of the Fountainhead Palace protecting any foreigners from entering. Even though the Fountainhead Palace doesn't have any real Buddha symbolism, the monk is based on Yao Byukuni. I'm just gonna call her Yao. The Yao Byukuni is the name of a legendary nun who lived for 800 years but retained the youthful appearance of a young woman throughout her whole life. Her perpetual youth and beauty were attained by accidentally eating the flesh of a ningyo, which is said to grant eternal life. The story is known in every region of Japan, and it seems like the true corrupted monk is based on this story. The actual backstory in Sekiro is a mystery. There's no real description of her past, and the closest thing we get to presume is that she was a foreigner due to her dropping the dragon tally board that unlocks additional items from vendors. The vendors in Sekiro are not from Ashina and are only there to sell items during the war. The corrupted monk could have been a foreigner, but must have gotten corrupted in some way throughout her journey. She was also theorized to be an ogre due to her large stature. In my personal opinion, she probably had a similar situation like Kotaro, the childlike monk we find in the Senpu Temple. One of the routes you have him go is one where he stays in the folding screen monkey arena, finding his inner peace. I think the corrupted monk was also trying to find the area, since this area is outside the physical plane, but ended up in the Fountain Palace where she got corrupted by gaining the immortality centipede. There's nothing concrete though. It's always just fun to speculate FromSoft lore, since Miyazaki has always let the player speculate what truly went on in their immersive worlds. What about her actual gameplay though? Unlike her Phantom version, she can actually take damage, but you will still have to play it the same, since she has an unbelievable high guard defense. Like her Phantom form, Corrupted Monk plays a fair man's game in her first phase and has pretty much the same attacks as well. You can't sneak up on her this time and is prepared to face you again. Like I said in her Phantom ranking, Corrupted Monk attacks just feel so good to parry. Her attacks have this gentle-like look, but it hits like a truck. Just because you face her again doesn't mean she's going easy on you. It's the contrary actually. While like I said, you can damage her, you aren't gonna do enough damage to her where the moment of passiveness prevents her from regenerating her posture. She's gonna have high posture regeneration and high health, so you have to keep close. You don't have to attack at all though. It's a reaction based test this phase, and you have to react accordingly since she won't give you the time to predict her movements. You have to know what to do at the spur of the moment, as Corrupted Monk is more likely to disrupt her combos with a variety of moves. She does her thrust attacks more as well as her sweep attacks. These two opportunities will be the best time to build posture. Sometimes when you build a large amount of posture, she is more likely to jump away. You can use shurikens to minimize the amount of posture you might lose in that instance. She basically tests your reaction time since this boss requires requires it for phase 1. She can also, I forgot to include this, but she also does like this jump spin attack to throw you off. Jumping on her will also, obviously build posture. Like I said, the sweep attacks give you more opportunities to do that. Now, phase 2 should be an easy phase. Keyword, should be. She gains a special attack where she holds still surrounding the area with a fog and teleports to the middle. She has multiple phantoms spawning at random to attack you. If you are quick enough, you should grapple to the branch in the middle when this phase starts to get a death blow to skip this phase. That's why in phase 1, you need to consider your position and keep her close to the middle so you have an opportunity to skip this phase. If you have her anywhere else, she will have enough time to stop you and recover from her special attack. Now, obviously you can still fight this phase normally, since I do think the death blow is the way FromSoft wanted for you to face her. Now, I've only fought phase 2 once to see how it is, and I'm pretty sure it's still the same with her, able to do the special attack at any time she wants. I'm pretty sure. I do remember her using her phantom in the middle of her combos to attack you. I might be wrong though, I'll double check. I'll check in the editing to see if that's true. I might be just like skits on that part. I don't have much experience fighting phase 2 since, like I said before, I do think phase 2 is supposed to be a reward for the player who notices the branches being there for a reason. Phase 3 is weird. The movesets are the same, kind of. The corrupted monk decides to play unfair this phase by introducing the terror mechanic we all love and hate. I say that the moveset changes because it's not an owl situation where the few differences completely change the pace of the fight. It's kinda confusing because you can see some of the remnants of the old attacks, yet instead of disrupting her combos with thrust or other unblockables, she uses the centipede to proc the terror for a cheap kill. At first you might say that's the only change, but no, she gets a new moveset that is so weird to get used to. They are hyper aggressive unlike her previous moveset. Every time I move back to heal, she charges up an attack and rushes you with a type of slam attack. It took me a while to parry these attacks since it felt so unnatural. She isn't playing fair anymore and her attacks feel more like what a wild beast would do in this scenario. The battle started with a fair man to 1v1 to now being her just playing every trick in the book. She's going to use that terror attack non-stop. Like, holy shit, it comes out at the end of every combo or a disruption. It's not even slow. If you don't realize the attack, then it's an easy life for her potentially. In this phase, she is impervious to regular attacks now, and you can use Divine Confetti to drain her HP. The terror attacks will give her some time to regain posture, so you have to sneak attacks in when she uses this move. I'm gonna be honest, this phase is kind of a split with me. On the one hand, I enjoy the change of pace with this fight with the new moveset she gets. She keeps you on your toes, and now there's a factor to consider when you approach her. At any point you let your guard down, it means an automatic reset for you. She doesn't care for honor anymore and just wants to kill you. On the other hand, I really wish this phase expanded more on her melee combat a bit more than the centipede attack she gains. I understand fully why it's like this because of lore reasons. It shows the centipede taking over the host body to protect it, and even the guardian ape gains a terror attack due to it. It's just that this boss melee combat feels so damn satisfying to parry. Yes, she gains a new moveset, but personally, I would have loved to see just a complete overhaul to her moveset involving the melee combat. Maybe including the phantoms themselves to be more involved. Something like Malenia in her second phase where she launches her Scarlet Rod clones at you, but you have to parry them. Like I said though, I understand why it's like this. FromSoft loves going against what the player is comfortable with and keep the player at edge. Phase 3 is that, so I don't hate it at all. It's just a sweatfest realizing I can die in one go if I don't pay attention, so it's the usual for Sekiro. Overall, I'm still going to give this boss a 10 out of 10. This boss is just so much fun to face. I always look forward to it after facing Owl. She doesn't feel like a boss that I have to get through even if it's mandatory. She's the first in this top 5 to pretty much push the player's skill close to the end game, and I never get tired of this boss. All her attacks are fair to the player and are well choreographed to be able to be reacted. I only put her above Guardian Ape because I do enjoy her phase 3 a bit more than Guardian Ape phase 2. But these two can be switched because I can hear an argument for whichever is better.
myself insane. I wanna.
Genichiro himself is a reflection of the player's skill throughout the game. When you first face him, you miss your sheath as you approach him, signifying Wolf's lack of skill, along with the player knowing that you're probably gonna lose to him. Not long after, you face him again to retrieve Kuro. Wolf draws his sword slowly. He's still getting used to it, just like the player is, still getting used to the mechanics of Sekiro. And the final time, Wolf draws his sword with confidence, reflecting that the player has gone a long way to get here at this point. Wolf and Genichiro are two sides of the same coin, both trying to save Ashina in their own way, even if our actions are causing the downfall of the current Ashina. Now, I know I went over Genichiro like I did with Gyobu earlier, but there's still a lot to say with him since I only covered him to explain the tutorial of Sekiro. You face him 3 separate times for a total of 5 phases, so I'm gonna go over him and explain why he's so high in the list compared to someone like Owl or Guardian Ape. He does what no other boss does in any FromSoft title, and that is Genichiro actually teaches the player better than any other FromSoft boss in their roster. When we get an entry of a FromSoft title, there isn't really a tutorial boss, but more like a tutorial area with a boss. Dark Souls 1 has Asylum Demon. The game expects you to run away from him and to go left to the arena to learn the basics of the game. It's very simple leaving messages on the floor in small format so the player can just read the explanation quick. They also have you face some enemies and retrieve a flask. For a first try, ignoring Demon Souls, it's pretty well done. It's supposed to be quick and simple for you to understand. The Asylum Demon himself might seem menacing at first, but once you get the proper weapon, the game rewards you with a dive attack to deal massive damage towards him. Bloodborne tutorial doesn't follow the principle the same way. You wake up in a clinic and you see a wolf creature. You die and you get transported to the dream area where you can get a weapon and a pistol to kill the wolf. After that, you unlock the first area, which I see as the tutorial. The issue is, the first 2 bosses they aren't really tutorial bosses like Asylum Demon. The first area is just for you to mess around to get used to the controls. The issue arises is that the 2 bosses in the area don't do anything to teach the player. All they do is just tell the player that there's monster bosses and hunter bosses. They don't really teach the player well, and I think it's because FromSoft thought that because of how similar the game plays to their usual formula, it was okay to structure tutorial areas like this. I don't like this at all, because Bloodborne has enough mechanics to play way differently with its rally system and the staggering parrying system given to the player. The player is supposed to teach you that aggressiveness is good to regain health from the boss when you get hit. There's many issues with this. First, the health you regain back is only for the initial hits, and if you get hit again, you lose the opportunity to get your health back from the first attack with a time limit at hand. If the time limit was longer, then I feel like people would be more inclined to engage faster, not needing to worry that at any moment it's gone, so they don't automatically have to use vials. 2, you get too many healing vials for you to use, so players are going to want to avoid using the rally system, seeing as the game guarantees a drop most of the time when killing enemies. It doesn't help that the can help you get every vial you need for a smooth experience, even if you want to avoid using the souls for leveling up. You don't need to use the rally system with all these options. Finally, the tutorial bosses are really easy, and no other boss, besides maybe 1 or 2, don't encourage you to use the rally system. The staggering system is great, but it's too effective on Cleric Beast and Father Gascoigne. All you have to do is stand behind the Cleric Beast and keep staggering him. Father Gascoigne, phase 1, is perfect teaching to the player how to use the pistol, though it's immediately thrown out second phase for you to use the music box, or just stagger him with a charge attack. These bosses are too easy for the player to even use everything in their arsenal, and after that, it's worse for other bosses. Like, I understand they're, beginning bosses, but like still, it's just like, I think the proper explanation, Father Gascoigne, there's not really much bosses like Father Gascoigne, and Cleric Beast is just like, there's too many of enemies like Cleric Beast. I think that's the main issue. The other bosses don't encourage you like Sekiro to use his mechanics due to the kits they have. Ram and Mikolash go out of the way to prevent you from using anything against them unless you use a niche setup. They have attacks or moves that force you to play passively, as well as not letting you use your full kit, and they aren't the exception. Shadow of Yharnam is a waiting game for an opening, and even if you create openings, you have a small window to react, which is too much to ask from the player. It's not until many playthroughs that you will consider using the full mechanics of Bloodborne, but that's due to boredness instead of curiosity. The tutorial bosses are just bad at teaching the player how to use their full roster mechanics. You might say, aren't prosthetics the same? Yes and no. Yes, they are optional for you to use, but the bosses in Sekiro encourage you to use them due to the lack of options you have. So curiosity is going to hit either mid-game or the latest second or third replays of it. Elden Ring has the same problem. Margit is the first boss you will face, ignore Graf the Skyon, and Soldier of Godric. Margit is memorable because of how difficult he is first playthrough. One key move he has that everyone knows is his reluctance to attack when the player panic rolls. He intentionally holds his attacks to trick you. He's a bad tutorial boss because you're supposed to go around him to prevent him from extending combos. The reason why the player never realized to use their jump button or even just move around the boss is because of the roll button. Rolling is so effective and so convenient for the player that using other options in an open world game where exploration as courage is useless even after many playthroughs. Explain to me why it took almost 800 hours and 2 years after Elden Ring release that jumping and small position placement is better than rolling. It took me watching back-to-back speedrun methods to understand that this is what Margit was trying to convey to the player. But why does it take this long? That's because of how convenient rolling is. Players are going to use the most comfortable and convenient option available to them, no matter how effective other options may seem. And to top it all off, these options most of the time have a higher risk than reward that is not worth using compared to just rolling or playing the most convenient option. It is why Genichiro is FromSoft's best tutorial boss. Genichiro teaches the player to break comfortability by force, and it is done perfectly without flaw. When I mean without flaw, I mean there isn't even a nitpick for me to even find, for me to complain, or even criticize this boss. This boss is why I dropped and completed Sekiro. The main cause of me dropping Sekiro was Genichiro was too punishing. It was always this boss, and not the fucking bull. Holy shit, do I fucking hate that bull. Genichiro does not hold back against first timers for the reason I stated. Comfortability. Genichiro wants you to focus on him every attack and every move he does. Comfortability is the last thing Genichiro wants you to have when playing Sekiro for the first time. The first fight, you barely even know what to do. Genichiro doesn't give you time to breathe. You're going to miss your parries and most likely die to his thrust attack without having the proper way to counter back. It is not until the second encounter where Genichiro even remotely gives you a chance. Genichiro's motives are to gain immortality through Kuro, and his action against the player is a reflection of that. Let me bring up passive and aggressive combos again. Passive combos are combos used against the player if they are too passive against the boss. Aggressive combos are combos scripted to the players who choose to be aggressive against the bosses. Genichiro wants an advantage no matter what, yet he does it in a fair way. Genichiro starts a fight with a mini combo giving you a chance to react back. Aggressiveness is what he encourages against the player indirectly. You want to face him no matter what, and Genichiro isn't going to let you. At almost every opportunity, he's going to disrupt you for a chance to build up passive combos, since technically you not attacking him is still passive behavior. There are multiple ways he does this, with his bow being the main way. His bow lets him get an opportunity to break your posture and extend his bow attacks to a passive combo. The moment he starts these type of combos, it's harder for you to regain the advantage without losing posture damage dealt to him. Resetting the confrontation isn't really what Genichiro is teaching the player either. Genichiro doesn't really let you try and reset the interaction or heal. You notice that the only way to get combo loop you want is by starting the beginning interaction of the fight by reacting to Genichiro's first combo, or looking for certain moves to counterattack to reverse the combo back to your side. Certain unblockables or combos are going to project to the player that it's important to look for openings. To convey this point, let me explain why I dropped Sekiro almost 4 times. For someone who hates the bull, it wasn't my reason for dropping Sekiro. Kind of. It was Genichiro for the first 3 playthroughs after 10 tries. I didn't understand how Sekiro worked due to my comfortability to DS1, DS3, and Bloodborne. I just wasn't willing to learn how to get used to Sekiro's combat and was frustrated I couldn't get it down for some reason. At the 4th time I picked up Sekiro again, I decided to at least get through Genichiro, at least. In total, Genichiro during this first playthrough took me 4.5 hours. I played the game how I usually did, facing the mandatory stuff. Then I reached Genichiro. The first 2 hours was hell. I could not get past the first phase, and each death was happening every 3 minutes without fail. My reluctance to play passively was my downfall for 2 hours, and I didn't realize it. Genichiro was throwing me around for 2 hours straight without me picking up what he was teaching. I decided to look over the skill tree and discover Makiri counter. It took me a bit to understand how it worked along with the timing, but one thing Makiri counter did was open the gateway for me to understand how Sekiro works. Genichiro's thrust attack was no longer a threat like in the start of the game. It was now an opening against him. I noticed that Makiri counter helped me through certain loops that I wanted from him, and quickly 30 minutes after, I was able to get through phase 1. One simple change and understanding made me get through phase 1 consistently. I still had one problem. Phase 2 still took me an hour. Genichiro picks up the pace, and using Makiri counter doesn't become more of an opening. Now I have to look for other ways to get advantage, and this is where the click of Sekiro comes in. Genichiro broke my comfortability in phase 2, and I understood why. Genichiro no longer gives you free openings, and one simple change to his kit shows that. Thrust attacks isn't going to be his to go to, but instead a sweep attack at the end of his slam attack he does. Now the challenge is to adapt to this change and look for other ways to deal damage. In the hour of phase 2, I noticed that his bow attack came out fast. It didn't give him any hyper armor to him, so you can disrupt this attack. If I felt I needed to heal or regain posture, his fury combo gave me a chance to back off as long as I didn't move far from him to use his bow against me. Phase 2 was more like a resource management phase to understand how to use openings to either recover or counter back and keep advantage. This gameplay was my understanding of how Genichiro works and using every opening to decide my next course of action. This is why Genichiro as a tutorial boss is perfect. He teaches the player the importance of breaking comfortability for Sekiro through force, and has the player look at his moveset with care not to parry, but to decide what to do next that will benefit him, with aggressiveness being the most important decision. You can't build posture without being aggressive or very slowly damaging him over time. That would take forever, so being aggressive is your main focus. You should only have 3 healing gorges by this point of the game. Reacting to his moveset properly requires the player to react at that moment and understand that this is what Sekiro is. It's not a game where you wait for the boss to give an opening. You have to make the opening by force, just like Genichiro does. Genichiro doesn't give the player openings automatically. If you make sure you counter his thrust attacks, you have to keep up pressure to start building damage. The damage that Genichiro sustains isn't permanent like in other games, so you have to keep up the damage pretty much 100% of the time. Healing at times should be the second option as well, since you have multiple lives and should be using them to your advantage. Genichiro through force, in a good way, teaches the player Sekiro's mechanics and resource management in their current skill level for them to succeed. Just like what the Asylum Demon did, Genichiro sets the tone of what Sekiro did, and while yes, he is punishing by a lot for first timers, he is fair to the player miles above any boss in FromSoft work where it doesn't feel like he has to use cheap tricks against the player. After 3.5 hours, I managed to beat him and I was yelling because I actually did it. That's until phase 3. Now, after thinking I beat him, I was shocked. Seeing another phase, I was ready to quit, but I put so much effort until I realized I just had to keep going. The last hour was just me trying to reach phase 3 at least one more time. I still couldn't consistently beat phase 2, but I knew if I could reach phase 3, then I could win. So I tried and tried and tried again until that last attempt. I don't have the recording of it, but I remember entering the phase with 1 flask left and I knew I had to beat him this try. The lightning attacks are Genichiro's surprise factor to the player. They are unfair against Genichiro. The lightning attacks are Genichiro's double-edged sword and your free ticket to beat this phase. His existing moves are now 50-50, but you should already have gotten used to them, and the biggest threat is his lightning attacks he could do at random. If you have faced the mini-boss below the arena, you should know about reversing lightning attacks. If you jump before getting hit, you can revert the damage back to the boss by attacking in the air. This damage obliterates its health and should be taken advantage of, since Genichiro can no longer regain posture as fast as he could in phase 1 or 2 if he gets hit by this. A cheap move that he does becomes his undoing in phase 3 because there's an effective counter that is more convenient to the player than just parrying or dodging. You can't parry this attack, and dodging will give Genichiro an opportunity to start a combo, so reflecting the lightning is necessary. It's such a nice risk and reward factor he does. It still provides a challenge without ruining the quality or difficulty of the fight. Genichiro says, hey, don't get excited yet, you still have this phase left, but allows the player to understand that the fairness of the fight is still there. This unexpectedness is what makes other bosses fail to teach the player in the respective game. Margit's new moveset in phase 2 still doesn't teach the player how to properly avoid damage for certain attacks. Yes, you are supposed to look for an opening to attack in between like in Sekiro, but the windows are so tight that only certain bosses can benefit. Is Margit a bad boss? Absolutely not. He is so fun to face to this day and is memorable across every avenue in FromSoft's roster, teaching the new generation trauma of FromSoft magic. Is he a bad tutorial boss? Absolutely yes. He fails to convey properly to the player what to do and is punishing in the wrong way by having his combos extend too fast in a game where there's too many variables in a player's build. On top of that, the player doesn't have any other way to react available that's more convenient than rolling. Rolling. You could block using a shield, but that's too stamina costly and could get you killed. It's like I said earlier, players are going to use the most convenient option for them, and Elden Ring alternative options just aren't conveyed well to the player, and just rolling is going to be a habit if the boss doesn't show why it's not the best option. Both Genichiro and Margit use force in their game to teach the player. Unlike Margit, Genichiro does it in a better way because of how Sekiro is structured. With Sekiro's limited custom options and combat system, Genichiro reflects what Sekiro is in some way, and gets through the player that Sekiro should not be played the same as other FromSoft titles. All I could say is, wow. Genichiro is the best tutorial boss to the player because of the way Sekiro is structured. They perfected a formula to match punishment and difficultness along with fairness to the player. It's what Elden Ring should have looked at when teaching the player. It fails dramatically to do so. Its open world aspect and combat could be to blame for, since there's no wrong way to play Elden Ring, in my opinion. I think FromSoft realized they couldn't replicate the quality Genichiro has to other future titles due to Sekiro being the most unique, besides Armored Core, FromSoft title in terms of gameplay. Genichiro's inner boss fight also supports this fact. His new moveset is good change of pace, with his Sakura dance combat art being a big threat. It still keeps to the fair but difficulty design he has. He can disrupt basically all his combos to do this attack and has a weird timing to it that encourages patience. You shouldn't have to struggle with it much since you can only unlock this by beating the main game. He also throws a curveball by requiring you to reflect lightning twice, which is a bit crazy. It's still satisfying to do. This is basically a prime Genichiro you face, and I really love it because of how natural the changes are. They don't feel like changes for the sake of changes. To top it all off, when you face Genichiro one last time, you approach with him wolf drawing his blade with confidence, reflecting how far the player has come. Genichiro sees Ashina crumble in front of him, unable to do anything. The actions of the player and his own led to Ashina's demise. His last chance is to steal the immortality blood from Wolf. What you notice in this boss fight is that it's easy. Way too easy. Either due to player skill or Genichiro being weak, I had no issue facing him in my first playthrough. It just took me 2 tries. Overall, Genichiro is a 10 out of 10 boss. Genichiro should be a leading example in FromSoft tutorial design and has only aged better with time, laying a foundation in gaming, why it's important to teach the player properly. He still follows the principles of FromSoft philosophy, though the way he does it is how FromSoft was able to perfect it to teach the player the importance of Sekiro's combat system. It's not a tutorial where it tells you to do this and that with scripted scenes and fonts on top of your screen. It's a boss meant to teach the player with force. Yes, you are supposed to lose to him over and over again. In return, you understand the lesson Sekiro teaches with him. Most people would put Genichiro lower on the list. I have him this high because I feel like this boss isn't given more proper credit than it deserves. He's supposed to be hard for new timers and easy for future playthroughs to show the progression of the player. In an era of gaming where most tutorial bosses are just filler content in future playthroughs, Genichiro breaks away from this design by offering a challenge, yet still teaching proper mechanics to the player so it doesn't feel like a drag every time you face him. Most games are going to force you to redo their section or just give you an option to skip it entirely, which just encourages the player to miss out on important mechanics that their game wants to teach. Genichiro in their first playthroughs feels like a tutorial boss, and in future ones like a proper boss in the roster. It's like an invisible progress bar meant to show how far the player has come. If we ever get a sequel or game similar to Sekiro's mechanics, I hope FromSoft goes back to look into Genichiro's kit and understand what made him, if I haven't said this enough, perfect. It is ridiculous they got this their first try, and I hope from now on they learn, like the player, what made Genichiro so perfect.
れな孫の最後の願いじゃ。わしはこのアシナをよみがえらせねばならぬ。故に赤炉主を切るぞ。
After defeating Genichiro for the last time, he understands the reality of the situation. The nation that saved him is now completely gone. It is probably too late to save it. He makes a tough choice. He commits seppuku with the Black Blade, entering a contract with it. In return for his life, the blade allows anyone to be returned after death. Who does Genichiro bring back to life? The one man who led Ashina to its empire status. A man who's been keeping an eye on you throughout the story. A man who entrusts you with the Ashina skill tree after learning his teachings. A man you've been able to share a drink with. And a man who dies right before Ashina breaks loose. That man is Isshin in his prime form. I know I said one of the main criticisms of Sekiro is its story, but that's only because it's never fleshed out fully when talking about lore aspects specifically. It's just the lore aspects that need to be fleshed out, and why I have hope that Sekiro will have a sequel. Isshin is the exception. Seeing Prime Isshin as the final boss is just classic Prime storytelling from FromSoft. The difference is, this is actually the first time, before Elden Ring, we see Prime version of a boss hyped up by the story. There's always a caveat when it comes to facing these type of bosses. Old age, permanent injuries, or a disease seems to be the go-to for FromSoft to use. We never face a prime boss ever, with maybe the Nameless King being an exception, though he is still nerfed for gameplay purposes. Isshin is the first boss in his prime we ever get to face, and he doesn't disappoint at all. Isshin understands the situation, but due to either wanting to not let Genichiro's life to be in vain, or contracted by the blade, he faces Sekiro for the sake of Ashina. Isshin is a 3-phase fight, all crazier than the last one. Let's start with phase 1. Isshin in itself is Sekiro, the game. Not like, Sekiro as Wolf Sekiro itself, and it's the final test against the player to see if they have learned everything the game has taught you. Isshin can start many ways for this fight. The most memorable one would be him charging an attack and releasing a wind type of attack, covering the arena horizontally. Parrying this attack is tough. He releases 2 wind attacks, so your best chance is to step aside and attack him. Another way he can start the game is he holds a stance and releases an attack depending on your position. If you close in the gap, you can parry and jump on him during his sweep attack. Spacing him out will actually give him an opportunity to use a cross-slash attack, similar to what Emma does. You want him to start the battle with a stance attack. Phase 1 can be really smooth if you know what you're doing, and you can start this flow fast with this specific attack only if you close the gap. Isshin is not a pushover if you let him get his way. Phase 1 is a reminder to the player that aggressiveness is key to this fight. You want to get the loop started this way since it gives you the best chance to build posture. Posture will be the main way to kill him, and you need to take advantage of it. Keeping your momentum is tested in this phase. Isshin will break your momentum any way he can. He can at any moment disrupt the flow with his double thrust attack. You need to parry the first attack, then Mikiri counter the second. This attack comes out with no warning, so you need to keep this attack in mind when you have him looped. His stance attack and charged up wind attack can also be used at any moment. Your abilities to adapt to any of these conditions is what will determine this phase. Flow and momentum is basically phase 1 condition to get the death blow. Allowing Isshin to get his passive combos will get you killed if you can't get the tempo down of his attacks. He gives you many opportunities to build posture, but also mess up if you aren't prepared for his next attack. You can't let Isshin break the flow or it's an instant death. This phase is just fun back and forth, but still a challenge if you aren't paying attention. Understanding his pace will go a long way. Once you beat phase 1, Isshin basically tells you, playtime is over, time to go all out, and pulls out a large spear. Things have now gotten serious, and phase 2 is a test on your parrying skills. He is going to set the pace of the fight this phase, and you need to keep your cool. He won't start with anything specific. Being aggressive will still be viable since it gives you more chances at combos you want. His combos go from short and fast to long and specific variety of timings. His mix-ups in this phase are all wild. Isshin is not a fair man. He uses anything and everything, yet in some sense still desires a fair fight. He might use a sword, spear, and gun, but understands the will of a warrior. He has never been able to indulge in it though. It's why Genichiro plays unfair in the very first encounter when you beat him. He takes advantage of Emma throwing the projectile at you to gain a cheap win. He must have learned it from someone, and that someone being Isshin. I think this mentality of doing anything to win is why he dislikes Wolf, but can't bring himself to hate him. Wolf represents everything Isshin could never be, and that is to be a warrior. I think Isshin at this moment decides this is the opportunity to be a warrior like Wolf, and this is reflected in his Phase 2 kit. His main weapon is the spear, and if you face the spear warriors, then you will notice how similar the attacks are. The difference is, Isshin doesn't get stunned when you parry these attacks. He keeps going until you can disrupt his combo in some way. He has two main flurry combos that can be disrupted or extended at any moment. He has several disruptions. His gun will be used to throw you off. He can shoot many bullets or one charge bullet. The barrage of bullets will most likely break your stance, though you can use it to your advantage to reset your posture if you are far enough. The charge bullet is easier to parry, but missing it can give Isshin the win without time to recover. Another disruption will be him using a charge attack that covers around him. You can parry it or jump over it. Finally, the last disruption he will do is him jumping backwards and extending his spear against you. This extension spear attack can lead into a McCree counter for you or a sweep attack for you to jump on him. You might have thought in Phase 1, this is pretty simple, but Phase 2 is a major spike in difficulty. Phase 1, you control the pace. This phase, he controls the pace. The difference with him and other bosses that control the pace is that you need to figure out the timing to be aggressive at certain moments. All of his attacks in this phase can connect with each other. You need to be able to read the situation and understand that any move can come out at any moment. This is why this phase can be a roadblock to you beating the game. That ability to basically connect any move together during a combo is why Isshin is so hard for a lot of players. You even had Moist Critical cheese this boss his first playthrough because of the difficulty spike he possesses. Isshin makes this battle of reaction time and skill for you. If it was just that, then it would have been easy, though that's not the case. Isshin's ability to control the pace and connect whichever move he wants makes this boss unpredictable. There are little to no openings to be aggressive, yet he expects you to do that during those moments. If you don't, then he backs off and recovers posture. Understanding your timing will be a big factor to this boss, since there's some moments in his combos you can capitalize. His slam attack can give you an opportunity to disrupt the combo or gain posture if using the umbrella. His slam attack could also extend with a gunshot. Your umbrella attack will allow you to get the first move. When he charges an attack, you can get a few hits in, then jump in time. There's not a lot of opportunities to be aggressive. You have to be aggressive in the moments you can, so you can keep the combo chain in check. Even at low health, his posture recovery is incredibly high, so certain pauses in the combo can reset the fight, which is a lot of them because timing is all over the place. Some of his combos are sporadic and fast, while others are slow and well-rounded. That one attack where Isshin runs around a bit is the best example of this. Isshin will start the sword attack, then run around coming back at you. Then once close enough, he starts a combo of him slinging his spear at you. The timing for these moments are both quick and melodic. The timing can feel off at first. You have to understand the tempo of this fight to succeed. This phase is why I also say that Isshin is the best FromSoft final boss, and potentially the best boss mechanically. He pushes the player skill that other bosses just can't seem to do in other FromSoft games. There's always some type of condition when it comes to bosses like these, like either you need a specific item or need a weird setup to get the mechanical side of a boss to work. Isshin's full potential against the player is already there from the jump. Every type of moveset that other bosses have are met in Isshin's kit mechanically. Isshin is one of the 3 bosses, maybe 4 if you want to count Genichiro, where their kit pushes the player's skills to their absolute limit. It's very rare, if ever, seeing a game push its limit with its mechanics for the player to master. I think the only game that mechanically pushed the player is probably Batman Arkham Knight. Arkham Asylum initial release really laid out the groundwork for its combat, of course with its hiccups. But for 2009 release, it was impressive for its time, creating a fun combat loop anyone can enjoy. Arkham City's quality jumped completely, making quality of life improvements to its base combat by making it possible to cancel your moves to counteract enemies and introducing skill trees that improve your combat and stealth abilities. Arkham Knight goes above and beyond by introducing new enemies and mechanics that makes use of tools that you may have never used before. Even with that, Arkham Knight still fails at making full use of your moveset. The bosses don't push for your roster of tools available, and there isn't enough enemy variety in the hand-to-hand combat part of the game to encourage more variety. The only time where your skills and mechanics are pushed is during the challenges that are available in the menu. The challenges have time, skill, and specific requirements that need to be met for you to get stars. I wish these type of things were adapted into the main story combat, since some of these interactions feel kind of lackluster. Arkham Origins is the only Arkham game to use its full mechanics in its main story. The Deathstroke fight is praised as one of the best in the series, and so well liked that people were frustrated that the one in Arkham Knight didn't follow suit. All in all, the Arkham series at moments does use its full capabilities of its mechanics, but struggles to keep consistency at times. So do other games. It takes years for developers to understand their gameplay mechanics and translate it to the game's roster or systems. Now you may bring up the argument that FromSoft had years of experience with their engine, which is fair, but up until Sekiro, the mechanics have been the same, with Bloodborne expanding on it. Sekiro turns the engine inside out and completely revolutionizes the mechanics of its engine, and they get it right in one try. Isshin is a representation of Sekiro mechanics and the game itself. Everything Sekiro is, Isshin represents that. Every boss that you have faced has prepared you for this final confrontation. The Ape, Genichiro, Corrupted Monk, and Owl all push the player, with Isshin taking the teachings of these bosses and pushing you to the max. This boss is so mechanically perfect that the inner version of Isshin is a downgrade. Yes, the inner version is a downgrade for Isshin's kit. That's only because it feels like they added moves for the sake of adding moves. He uses a charged radius attack that covers a large chunk of the arena. You are forced to either run very far or use the umbrella, and for some reason, he can disrupt your attacks mid-animation on phase 1 and get a cheap hit. The only new improvement that I liked is the phase 2 combo he gains just because of how cool it looks. Besides that, the inner version falls in quality compared to the base version, and I think it's because FromSoft realized how perfect Isshin is. Isshin was crafted with so much love, and you can tell. In my first playthrough, it took me 4 hours to complete this boss, and never once did I feel frustrated. Every mistake was mine completely, and I understood that. I had phase 1 down in an hour. Phase 2 was the contrary. It was pushing my limits, and I loved it. Isshin's kit is so punishing because it requires you to understand the flow of Isshin at any moment of the fight, yet still rewards the player understanding the scenario and capitalizing on the small openings he offers. Phase 2 never felt unfair at all. Isshin completely changes his moveset entirely for this phase in a unique way that tests the limits of Sekiro's mechanics. This is the type of boss you can see on other series trying to change up their flow of combat or mechanics in future titles. The issue is they can never get this boss right as much as Sekiro can. Other games will trivialize this boss either due to design changes or different mechanics to its game. Because Sekiro design is so different from its other Soul counterparts that I think FromSoft really wanted to push the player as much as they can while keeping true to the fairness of Sekiro's design. Mods are another thing of their own, so we won't cover that point. Phase 1 is supposed to get you into the rhythm of the fight, then phase 2 changes the tempo for you to challenge, and phase 3 is the home stretch to conquer Sekiro itself. Like Genichiro and the tutorial of Sekiro, Isshin is getting desperate to win against the player. Isshin still keeps true to his fight against Wolf and faces him like a warrior. Isshin knows that Ashina's fate relies on him, but is enjoying himself for the first time ever as a warrior. Phase 2 and 3 have minor changes between them. You might think this is going to be another hard phase. One thing rides on your success to beat Isshin: lightning. Lightning has been a representation of Sekiro's mechanics. Fast, flashy, and colossal are the best words I can describe for Sekiro's mechanics. Phase 3 no longer belongs to anyone's playing field between Wolf and Isshin. It's whoever conquers the lightning that will be declared the winner. Ashina's fate is decided in this phase. Like I said before, the moveset doesn't change for Isshin. He gains lightning attacks and air projectiles. You will have to do up the aggressiveness and counters attacks more effectively. His lightning attacks are more likely to come out mid-combo of his, and that's what you want. Keeping your cool is what's important. Phase 3 is an endurance test, and you are almost at the finish line. Use the Mist Raven prosthetic to counter back, don't let him recover posture, and pace the fight in your favor. Once you do that, you will get the final death blow. Isshin has used every dirty book in the table to protect Ashina. He had no honor as a warrior and has passed down the mentality to multiple warriors he has taught, like Genichiro. It's like Isshin says when defeating you, hesitation is defeat. Isshin hesitated against the player, and instead of pulling a fast one on Wolf to claim victory, he accepted that he hesitated against Wolf and has been bested in combat. There were no excuse for him. This was his prime version of himself and was a warrior that rose Ashina with its power alone. Wolf outbested this warrior, and Isshin tells Wolf to take his life with the mortal blade, bowing to him. He wasn't going to run. His final words are, "Well done, Sekiro," a nod to the player for conquering the game. Overall, this boss is easily, without a doubt, a 10 out of 10 and deserves every bit of praise from not only the FromSoft community, but in gaming overall. Most lists involving Sekiro has Isshin number 1, and I'm not mad about that. It's very understandable because Isshin is an experience I feel like every gamer needs to face. I am willing to make the argument that Isshin is the best mechanically designed boss, as well as the best gaming experience, only rivaled by a few instances. Obviously, like I said in the beginning of the video, trying to find a game or moment in gaming has so many caveats. It's all up to the people's preferences. At the end of the day, gaming isn't limited by its genre nowadays. Still, if you've never picked up a FromSoft game, this game, besides Armored Core, is the most mechanically different game they have to offer. Even if you hate FromSoft games, Sekiro should still be given a chance to give you one of the best experience in gaming. Isshin is a boss that represents experience Sekiro can give you in your playthrough, and there's not enough praise that can match how I feel about this boss. No other game can replicate the gameplay design Isshin has catered to the player. There's always some factor that spoils moments like these, whether RNG, artificial, or one stupid design choice developers put. Isshin does not get spoiled by any of these. Isshin is the Brazilian steakhouse main course to me, and no other experience will ever replicate that taste Isshin offers. There's only so many ways to cook a dish, but you get a taste of that one dish that sticks forever, and no other dish can replicate that same taste. They can come close. It will never be the same as that one dish. Isshin is the best FromSoft boss ever designed gameplay wise, and the best FromSoft final boss ever created. That's all I have to say about Isshin the Sword Saint.
じゃSekiro さらば
Now, before I get to top 2, there's a reason why I have the remaining 2 bosses on top. They do everything Isshin does in this fight, but with 2 different approaches. If I'm being honest, these 3 can be interchangeable with each other. It's all up to personal enjoyment. These 3 bosses really test in their own way, and I'm gonna cover the next 2, how I did Isshin.
Brother, y'all thought the Blazing Bull was bad? Wait till you fucking get to the Demon of Hatred, dog. He a invincible boss, so I recommend you fight him, but you gonna hate yourself when you fight him, bro. That motherfucker got 3 faces. And parrying works, but it's fucking useless, dog. You gotta straight dodge, bro. Oh my, literally the hardest boss in the...
There is a notion with this boss in the community. You either love or hate this boss. I do not understand this specific notion in the community, and it has to do a lot with how Demon of Hatred is portrayed initially to the player. When you defeat the Divine Dragon and return to the dilapidated temple, the sculptor is gone with only his tool remaining. Side note, why the fuck do I gotta pay Sen still when I upgrade these prosthetics? The usual entrance to explore the starting area of Sekiro is inaccessible, and the only way to get to it is by grappling to a kite from Ashina Castle. You can make your way up and get closer to the sculptor idol, surrounded by fire and beast marks. There's a couple of feudal soldiers dead by the sculptor. You rest on it and it takes you back to Gyobu Arena with soldiers fighting a demon. This demon is the sculptor himself, and the only thing that was keeping him sane was sculpting Buddha idols non-stop from turning into Shura. Emma stood by him to support his condition, but I guess due to the invasion and Isshin's passing, Emma couldn't prevent Sculptor from turning into Shura, or at least a representation of him. So now you're faced with this decision to take out the Sculptor. The issue that a lot of people seem to have with Demon of Hatred is how random his moveset is. As in, there's no certain combos that Demon of Hatred does that helps the player. People say he's a Dark Souls boss in Sekiro. From the outside, yes, it might seem that way. But if you actually pay attention, you realize there's a pattern just not in the traditional sense Sekiro has taught. People are just too hard-headed to see the patterns that are hidden to the player. It's a test of your puzzle solving skills and how well you adapt to situations like with Isshin. The way Demon of Hatred does it is weird though, and isn't clear as certain bosses, which I really enjoy since it encourages more thought decisions than any other boss in this game. All his attacks are sporadic and have no clear combo pattern like other bosses. The player might be more enticed to play passively and not parry as much to drain his health. His attacks are more big and decisive blows than anything else. While yes, you might be more entitled to play this way, you're playing it wrong if you do. Demon of Hatred doesn't break away from what Sekiro teaches. It actually gives an alternative approach to Sekiro's mechanics and gameplay loop that the Bull struggled to teach to the player. It's an upgraded version of the Ape's gameplay design. It's just that the pace is more passive aggressive than it seems initially. The way you approach Demon will be factored by 2 decisions: your distance and position. These are the key factors that I feel like players fail to realize when facing Demon. The way you approach the Demon will affect the boss's combos. When you rush towards him, Demon will do this dance towards you, giving the player an opportunity to close the distance. You want to be close to him the entire boss fight, and Demon will try to separate the gap to give himself the advantage. Demon basically has 2 main movesets with a few interruptions that will punish you if you don't know how to react. It's basically the aggressive and passive combos I've been talking about the whole time in the video, but it's tied to distance. Most people will tell you to stick to the Demon's left side of his body. I disagree with this approach. There's a difference on which side you pick when attacking him. The left side will let you avoid a lot of the minor attacks and only have to worry about the big attacks at the end of his combo, like the arm swing combo he does with the mix of his legs coming down at you. The issue is you miss on opportunities to parry and build meter for him. His posture meter goes down very slowly, so you have to be taking advantage of it. Sticking to his right side is far much better. You will have to parry the minor attacks, but the major attacks that proc fire damage 90% of the time will miss depending on your position. The way I will attack would be sticking to his right side while attacking his D the whole time. Sticking to his left side only provides regular damage, and if you don't watch your positioning, then he will create distance against you. This is where the passive combos come in for him. Him creating distance lets him activate passive movesets. You want to close the distance as fast as you can. He has 3 main ways to do this. He jumps backwards, so just run towards him. He has 2 unblockables. One sweep attack that does a shit ton of damage. The best way to avoid this is to just jump to the left side, but the moment you land, start following him immediately. Lastly, he jumps high into the air, creating an AoE attack. You will have to run away and grapple towards him. The jump attack will pretty much almost instantly kill you if you stay there. Creating distance activates attacks for Demon that will melt your health bar. Most of these attacks can't be parried, and the Fire Umbrella actually becomes more important depending if you are playing with Kuro Charm and Bell Demon or not. Having these two activated will cause him to still damage you even when parrying perfectly. First, he could throw projectiles twice pretty much instantly. 2, he can just use a slam attack that you can avoid by moving on the side. Lastly, he has a small combo where he swings his arm around, covering his front side. You can avoid all these attacks by just sticking to his right side when you rush him. The projectile attack can be a bit finicky depending on your position. Having the umbrella would still be good, because the first projectile is all you have to worry about. If you're fast enough, then none of these attacks will affect you when you reset the position close to him. He might not do any of these attacks if you can be quick. You might think, oh, just keep your distance and parry. This is just phase 1. He gains more attacks each phase. None of his old attacks disappear either. So you will have to remember every attack and react properly. That's why I say positioning and distance are important. You can get the attacks and combos you want closing the distance and prevent Demon from activating anything that will potentially end your run. Each phase increases the chances to fail dramatically because Demon makes it hard to close the gap each time. Phase 2, he gains 3 attacks, a simple headbutt at close range, and 2 passive movesets. Every time he does his unblockable sweep attack, he will do a long range slam attack that covers the area in front of you across the arena. You can only avoid this by jumping left specifically. Jumping right will instantly kill you. Finally, he gains this weird fireball dance attack that will activate when you are far enough. Now, these 2 attacks are scary because of how game ending they are to the player. The slam range attack is easy to avoid, but if you don't consider your positioning, it could be hard to capitalize on the grapple to close the gap. His fire dance attack is even worse because you have to predict it. The moment he starts the animation, you need to run in circles around him. It's the only real way to prevent damage to you since the projectiles are too fast to avoid any other way. If you don't try running, then you run the risk of being hit by them. This is all on top trying to close the gap to capitalize on his aggressive moveset. It's all passive aggressive like I said before. While most bosses don't really consider your positioning as much, besides you trying not to be in the corner, Demon has you multitask, with positioning being more important aspect of the fight. You need to keep in mind multiple possible attacks Demon can do and be prepared for any action that creates distance. Isshin does this in his boss fight with lightning and gun attacks. Isshin just does everything perfectly and doesn't go all out in just one category. Demon uses distance as the main category to react to the player's actions. The farther away you are, the more advantage he has over the player. This is such a unique way to challenge the player because FromSoft takes a certain direction with Demon of Hatred that is unique to only him. No other boss really makes you consider your position like Demon does. This is why I think some people don't like Demon of Hatred. They don't understand and fail to see the positioning is important for this boss fight. People just look at Demon's moveset and just say it's unfair or it's just a Dark Souls boss, when it's the opposite. Yes, he does act like a Dark Souls boss, but FromSoft gives enough openings and adjusts his attacks for him to be fair to the player. Aggressiveness is still encouraged as well. You waiting around will only have him use attacks that have no real counterplay for you to take advantage and will whittle you down slowly. Once you understand how he actually works, you realize this isn't a Dark Souls boss. He's a Sekiro boss with a different approach to the cores of its mechanics. In theory, a boss like Demon shouldn't work in Sekiro at all with the assortment of random attacks. The reason why Ape works even with similar aspects to Demon at times is because Ape doesn't benefit from running away from the player as much as Demon. His combos are more catered up close, but Demon's moveset are tailored to get away from you to get advantage. Ape can't really reset the fight like Demon does. Demon is trying to get advantage by resetting the fight. Like Isshin, it's another endurance test against the player. If not, all of the top 3 in this list are endurance tests of their own, testing the player with different approaches to Sekiro's combat. Demon is the oddball with its approach to challenge the player, and I love it. In my first playthrough, this boss took me 3 hours to complete, and it was amazing. Demon of Hatred had no tempo to it. It was fine because I knew there was a pattern to figure out that I needed to solve. It wasn't until last year where I figured out how Demon works, aka the whole distance and positioning points. Once I realized that, my love for Demon skyrocketed because I realized that FromSoft perfected a boss by taking an approach you wouldn't think to consider with Sekiro's mechanics. Again, it's crazy they got this right on their first try with Sekiro and have nothing but applause for FromSoft. They are never shy taking risks like these to challenge the player in different ways. Yes, they have failed before trying to take this type of route. Demon is probably the first to master this type of design that takes an alternative route from its base game. This is why people hate gimmick bosses. Gimmick bosses are supposed to be an alternative route to their base game design. The issue is that they're either too easy, don't consider game mechanics, or have a certain mechanic unique to them that have no real counterplay that goes against the mechanics of the game. Why do you think people hate DS2? They try to do this philosophy multiple times, failing to see why they don't work. Demon of Hatred goes against the gimmick philosophy and was designed with Sekiro's mechanics in mind. I wouldn't say he's a gimmick boss himself. He was designed to consider the problem gimmick bosses have and make sure he himself doesn't do the same. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that Demon of Hatred basically perfects the alternative boss design FromSoft have tried to get right and kills gimmick bosses' concepts themselves. That doesn't mean gimmick bosses don't exist after Sekiro, but FromSoft realized that gimmick bosses aren't the best way to make bosses, unless they are necessary in some way to the story or lore in my opinion. In Phase 3, Demon of Hatred gets a secret gimmick that's advantageous to the player. If you can upgrade the whistle to the Malcontent whistle, he will be stunned for about 5 seconds. You can use it up to 3 times before he becomes immune, and in total gives you around 15 seconds of free hits. The Malcontent whistle can only be attained by defeating both ape boss fights and killing a mini boss that drops it where the Ape Duo were. Now, the Malcontent whistle can paralyze apparition enemies, and seeing as Demon is Shura, it makes sense why it can stun him. I think there's more to it though. The reason why this ring is so effective to Demon is because of the sculptor. When you give Sculptor monkey booze, he explains the story of him drinking the booze after training with his partner. His partner would use their whistle while he drank, and he says he enjoyed listening to it. The death of his partner could have been the reason why he spent the remaining time of his life creating Buddha statues. Meeting Emma was also why he kept going as long as he could. Emma was always by his side. I wish Emma was in my side. He is the first character to have Dragon Rot in Sekiro, and Emma is constantly worried about him, trying to find a cure for him. Emma learning how to use the sword was to stop the sculptor when the time comes, but due to the invasion, or missing the opportunity due to Isshin condition, she couldn't do that. Using the whistle could be the sculptor giving you a chance to finish him off faster. Yes, you could use the whistle at any point of the fight, but most likely you will save it for Phase 3. Honestly, it's worth using this prosthetic, since you will most likely have it when you get the Fire Umbrella. Also, he gains another attack where he does 3 sweep attacks. If you don't run away, then he encloses you with him. That might sound good, but if he does any attacks where he creates distance, you can't catch up to him if the firewall is still up, so you kinda need to run away from this attack. He is going to chase you after you get enough distance, so don't worry about him using a ranged move on you. Getting this early advantage will help you conquer Phase 3. You just need to keep in mind all the moves he still has, along with his new move. Also, the sweep attack he used all phases gets an extension where he comes back to do it again, so this mix-up can get you by surprise. All in all, if you have paid attention and react accordingly, you'll be able to take down Demon of Hatred, and the sculptor thanks you for releasing him of his curse. Overall, Demon of Hatred is a 10 out of 10 boss. Debatably, maybe even higher than that. Debatably, he's even an 11 out of 10 boss if you want to debate that. Demon of Hatred is a polarizing boss in the Sekiro community for the reasons I pointed earlier. There's always going to be bosses like these in any game, whether for the best or the worst. Having polarizing bosses starts conversation within communities, whether bosses outside the game's norm will benefit the game's quality. FromSoft has never been shy of doing this design within its game, with various degrees of success. It used to create problems because FromSoft didn't have any grasp of how to create a boss outside the mechanics of its home game. Demon of Hatred is different because it perfects this type of design while keeping true to Sekiro's mechanics, and I think it's one of the first successes they've had with this design philosophy. It's just genius they got it right with Sekiro, and not any other title before it. I think it's because Sekiro allowed for FromSoft to understand the philosophy more. Elden Ring has many bosses that from the outside look like there's no real counterplay to their attacks, but if you use the full mechanics available to you, you realize there's another gateway of possibility to go against these bosses. It's like I said earlier, the issue is that Elden Ring doesn't communicate that well, while Sekiro does. FromSoft looked at the roster and wanted to add a boss that still kept the mechanics of Sekiro while seeing if there were other ways to encourage the player to play a different way. Demon of Hatred is first of many bosses to allow a new gateway of design into FromSoft games. It sets a path for how Elden Ring bosses were designed, with Bell being the best mechanical boss in the DLC debatably. I think if you don't like this boss, then you don't understand what type of boss Demon of Hatred is when he still follows the Sekiro formula in a different way. So I say that if you hate him, give him another chance and try to see the patterns in a new light. Demon of Hatred is my second favorite boss in Sekiro for this reason. He challenges the player in the most unique way possible while keeping true to Sekiro's formula. He is an underrated boss in the FromSoft catalog and deserves more praise from the community, since I do think you can make an argument for this boss being top 10 in FromSoft catalog. Also, his soundtrack just goes hard, bro. Like, it's so good. Sekiro's soundtrack isn't as memorable as in other FromSoft games, but the soundtrack for Demon is just so fucking good. Oh my god, it's so good. Alright, that's all I have for Demon of Hatred. Let's move on to the number 1 spot.
なぜこの父の思いがわからぬのだ。忍びの掟を忘れたか。
掟は己で定める。そう決めました。我が主のように。
少しは成長しておるようだな。やろうか。狼よ。
Father Owl is FromSoft's best boss in their catalog and my favorite boss of all time. Father Owl is a prime example of maximizing one category in a game and pushing that category to its fullest potential. Not only that, I think this boss also uses the full extent of Sekiro's difficulty to create one of gaming's best bosses ever. I know that's kind of crazy to say. The reason why I say this is because it's so rare to find that in the game. Think about your favorite boss or even gaming in a moment. Is there a specific reason why? There are two main reasons. Either some sort of memory tied to that experience that stuck out to you, or a well-executed moment that game does to make it memorable. The first reason could be anything. Anytime I played Battlefield 1 back then, all I hear is Marshmallow's Alone song. Only because my brother always played it whenever I was playing the game. Now anytime I pick it up, all I hear is that song specifically. It's not a fond memory to be honest, though playing the game takes me back to when I was younger, not worrying about anything. That's just many examples of certain memories tied to a gaming experience. Like how videos of certain games stick out, like Evil Moment 37, or that one video of Friday the 13th with California Girl playing. Second reason is more direct. The experience comes directly from the game itself. The developers are in control of that experience. You could argue that a whole game is that experience. It's just that certain moments that the developers go out of their way to create. FromSoft has always made an effort to put bosses in the forefront of that experience no matter the game. The bosses, no matter the game in their catalog, in FromSoft games, are always the attention. FromSoft has built their reputation and they know this. This is why people play their games. I think that's why FromSoft has never replicated that DS1 World Connection layout that game has. After DS1 and DS2, I believe FromSoft looked at what made people love these games. FromSoft didn't gain traction until a year after DS1's release, with people mentioning the difficulty aspects these games had. The difficulty aspect is what probably made FromSoft realize the best way to convey their passion to the player. These games are supposed to be punishing to the player, and in some cases, unfair. Though Miyazaki has always made it clear to the player that at the end of the day, these games are trial and error. The game wants to kill your motivation to win, but the player has to be willing to put in work to conquer the unfair odds against them. FromSoft uses bosses to create those odds against the player and has been focusing on that aspect specifically for a couple years already, ever since DS3 release. Compare areas to earlier games to now. I don't think there's ever been an area to make me more mad than Tomb of Giants. That experience was just hell. I don't know how people say Blighttown is bad when Tomb of the Giant exists. Blighttown took me 2 tries to get through, but even when using the light maggot thing, I was stuck in the Tomb of Giants for about 4 hours. Now though, it seems like FromSoft has used these areas to create pathing more than anything. Areas in these games now aren't bad or aren't as focused as much. It's more like areas now have a different design philosophy than their predecessors. I don't think players mind this if it means more focus on the boss quality. It's why people like Joseph Anderson have given up on DS1 area design coming back. Father Owl is a president of FromSoft boss design philosophy. What's one thing that Sekiro's combat focuses on? Sword combat. But how many sword bosses are there? Only 3 if we don't consider repeat bosses. Those being Genichiro, Isshin, and Owl. Genichiro and Isshin focus on the player's kit more with the reasons I went over in the section. Father Owl does one thing, and that is to push the base mechanics of Sekiro to its maximized potential. This boss, by definition, is the most fair and mechanically tested boss for the game's base sword combat. There's no secret phase, there's no tricks, and most importantly, there's no move that requires you to be kept in the back of your mind. This fight is the most fair in Sekiro's boss roster, even compared to Genichiro. This is the closest in Sekiro to get a fair man's 1v1 between a boss and a player. The test of your base skills is pushed to its absolute limit against Father Owl. This is a prime wolf against a prime owl. Owl doesn't use any tricks like his former self. All he uses is his years of experience in fighting against you. The pinnacle of boss design is presented to you in this fight. The way to unlock this boss is after you defeat Owl, you can go over everything you need with Kuro and the Mortal Blade. Once you do, you can eavesdrop him behind the curtain and listen to the dialogue. After that, you need to make sure part 1 of Hirata Estate is complete. You can talk to Emma in the private above Kuro's room for important dialogue. The run of it is, you both agree Kuro can't die, and Emma tells you that Tomoe's note might hold a secret to free Kuro. You see her at Tomoe's grave, but she is hiding something from you. She tells you she can't remember anything that could help Kuro and mentions the Ever-Blossom tree that Tomoe used to dance under. Lastly, you can teleport back to the dilapidated temple and go behind the shack to overhear Emma's conversation with the sculptor. The bombshell drops that the only way the immortality severance can be achieved is one of them dying. You confront them about what you overheard, and Emma reveals Tomoe tried to commit suicide in the hopes of ending the immortality curse. She failed due to not having the Mortal Blade. Emma apologizes and says that she wants both Wolf and Kuro to live. She's still hiding something, and you question her about it. She gives you Owl's charm that he dropped after his death against you. You can go back to Hirata State by using the Buddha statue, and you spawn basically at the halfway point of part 1. Originally, Owl will be there since he died, but you see a Shadow Lone Warrior waiting for you. Once you complete basically part 2 of Hirata State, you can confront Owl. You're given 2 options. Confront him, or you can do what he did to you. At the end of Butterfly's fight, you get stabbed and left to die, only for Kuro to revive you with his power. The person who did it was Owl, either due to coordinated plan to have you receive the power, or fear that Wolf would betray him in favor of Kuro. Now you can do the same thing. Obviously the game won't let you get a free death blow. You can start the fight with a small advantage regardless. This is only for one time, so if you don't first try this, which is basically unlikely if this is your first run, then you won't get this chance again. Still a fun detail though. Now phase 1, what you notice is that Owl still has some of his base moves from his counterpart. The other half are completely different, and that change creates a new experience Father Owl offers. The original concept is there on what Owl did in that version of the boss. Basically this fight is to gain advantage on each other again with a few twists. The move he keeps are his backflip move, the double swing move, and the mini firework combo he does. He also has the, throws 2 shuriken slam attack, that move, you know what I'm talking about. The backflip and firework moves are used to create distance, while the double swing is to extend his combos. You can still get a punish by attacking after the double swing move. His new moves encourage a person-to-person battle instead of him trying to whittle your health down slowly like in his previous form. His new moves still follow his old principles of trying to gain advantage at all times. He has his passive combos obviously, where he does when the player's too passive against him. He has his thrust attack when you're too far from him. He can disrupt your combo flow by throwing fireworks and using the thrust attack. Mikiri countering will be ideal, so don't mess that up. I'd say once he gets advantage, or when he starts a combo, he uses a move similar to Ichimonji. He'll do a sweep attack, and once you jump over it, he'll start that attack. You have 2 options, dodge it or parry it. Dodging it seems simple, but you have to dodge it at the last second. If you dodge early, he's going to do a swipe attack and extend the combo, so you have to dodge it as soon as he starts to slam his sword. Parrying it is a bit weird as well. The most effective way to do it is by using Umbrella, since you get a free punish to get yourself an advantage. Parrying this regularly will send you back, creating distance. You have to go to the aggressive immediately, since Owl in this fight has very high health and posture resistance. Even if you collect every possible prayer bead leading to this fight, both his health and posture are still very high. His passive combos are one of the best advantages for phase 1. His passive combos can be extended by all his moves and create a long combo string to try to break your posture. If he manages to break your posture, it's pretty much game over. Owl doesn't make it easy for you to gain advantage because of how his disruptions immediately gain him advantage if you can't react properly back to his attacks. His attacks are constantly coming at you back to back when Owl gets his combo loop started. It's not a parry, wait, parry at times with other bosses. It's more like each action he does requires you to react immediately to find an opening to punish him properly. Remember, the principle of his design to make the player and him fight for advantage hasn't changed. It's just that he doesn't have moves you need to consider in the back of your mind, like the ability to shut down your heals or his poison move. His kit is more focused on the base mechanics of Sekiro in itself. That doesn't mean he won't back off when he needs to. The reason why you need to keep aggression is because the high posture resistance is a passive advantage he has over the player. If you even let him rest for a second, his meter starts to go down almost immediately. You run the risk of resetting your progress to 0 if you can't keep aggression at all times. He won't do this once. He'll do it at the most inconvenient times when he has to, because sometimes you expect him to keep certain combos going, but he will back off, and once you realize it, it's probably too late. This is more notable with his backflip move. He doesn't throw a shuriken in phase 1. So one thing you can do is throw your own shuriken if you don't run immediately to prevent some posture damage loss. Posture damage will be the main way to take him down the whole fight. There's no going around it. Whittling him down is going to take forever without the umbrella, and his high posture resistance is a reflection of that, with him constantly trying to reset the fight for advantage. One mistake breaks your flow and gives him advantage fast to be able to turn the tides against you. It's not easy to keep advantage, but the game requires you to at least react properly to give yourself openings. Though, like I said, Owl isn't going to make it easy, and will try to take back advantage constantly. Phase 2 still follows the same principles of Owl's other variant, with the philosophy that small changes can completely change the tides of the fight. Owl summons a Phantom Owl that lingers through the phase. You can't do anything to it, so it's there to stay. The Owl gives Father Owl the ability to disappear mid-fight. The only time he can disappear is after any firework attack or if you create distance. This might not sound bad at first, but I just said small changes affect this fight big time, and it does with this scenario. Father Owl basically gets a free reset with this and gains new passive combos when you don't react properly to these attacks. You might presume he disappears every time he uses a firework move. He doesn't. So you will have to be aggressive no matter if he disappears or not, though when he throws his fireworks, you don't want to do this. He's almost guaranteed to use a thrust attack in this phase when throwing his fireworks with the new moves at times. He summons a Fire Owl and throws it at you. You can jump over it and he will use his thrust attack instantly right after. It's so cool getting the timing right, especially when you're in a flow state with him. In this phase, Owl is more likely to activate his passive combos due to disappearing with the Phantom Owl. Whenever he disappears, we are technically being passive against him, so the passive moveset requirement are met. He can do a slam attack or a sweep attack. Most likely you will avoid it since parrying will extend his combos. I would advise against avoiding it since he will chase you down with his shuriken sword attack, and if you haven't realized, his posture still goes down whenever disappearing using the Phantom Owl. It still goes down a lot, so you have to build up as much posture to reduce the amount of progress loss from him resetting the fight. So parrying this attack will still be useful. You will still be motivated to be aggressive in this phase. It just takes a bit more wits to figure out the openings available. His backflip move regains its shuriken, so just prepare that the shuriken is there. Now, that's basically the gist for this fight. Father Owl takes the same principles of his older counterpart base design with the phase changes, and instead of using tricks on the player, Father Owl decides to use the base mechanics to its fullest potential to challenge the player. Yes, the older version does do that as well, but like I said, he uses tricks and deceptions to the player on edge on attacks that will come after. Father Owl doesn't do this because all his moves are catered to the base sword mechanics of Sekiro, so they just naturally connect together with the ability to disrupt your combos and his own combos if it means either resetting the fight or gaining advantage. The fight by default is more reaction based, which tests the player's skills. The attacks don't come slow at all, they come one after another with little room for error. Already, this boss is an endurance test against the player base skill and mechanics. One flip up is an instant loss, since his attacks won't stop until you break his combos, or he breaks yours. The fight is determined on who breaks first, with Father Owl punishing any thrust attacks against him you might try to sneak in. This boss is phenomenal. It still follows the same design principle with Isshin and Demon, but uses the game's base mechanics to excel the boss's quality, and see how far they can push it. It's perfect, basically. It's all I've asked for a boss fight. Though, this boss shouldn't be number one, especially with bosses like Isshin or Demon. So why is it? One answer: inner version of Father Owl. There are 3 bosses in this game with inner versions of themselves. Instead of DLC, we were given the ability to replay against bosses directly. This is the only FromSoft game where you can play against bosses without playing the whole game again. Along with that, we have 4 gauntlets, with 3 of them giving you special skins for Wolf if you can beat the gauntlet's inner boss. The 3 bosses you face are Genichiro, Isshin, and Father Owl. I did go over the first 2 inner versions, but not in detail. The reason why is because their base version are already perfect. Genichiro's new moveset goes naturally with his existing moveset, but Isshin's base form is so well rounded and flawless that the inner version feels like a downgrade for the sake of making it harder than it should. It's not bad, I just feel like at least with Isshin, there's only so much you can do with an already perfect boss like him, and with Genichiro, it's just a nice change, nothing much with him. Inner Father Owl is a different story. You take a flawless boss mechanically that tests the player's skills on the reaction time and decision making to now making him the pinnacle of game design in a FromSoft lineup of games by maximizing his strengths all the way. The fight goes from a battle of tug-of-war between Wolf and Owl to Father Owl just taking the right to the rope away from you. Father Owl has basically gained advantage altogether, and the only way to win is to look for any openings he might give and react properly to every single attack flawlessly. His kit takes a complete overhaul with the changes provided to him, which enhances his old kit. It's your job to look into ways to min-max the possible openings available to you, or make the openings. you still won't be able to gain advantage because the new changes prevent that the moment you get it. The changes are him getting the Raven prosthetic arts Wolf has, or at least a variant of it. If at any reason you try to corner Father Owl, he will teleport and do his double swipe attack. You need to spam parry every time he does it and attack right after to keep it looping. Parrying anything after will cause him to extend his combo, so having him constantly loop this one move is beneficial. He can do the Miss Raven anytime you attack him with your base sword after doing his mini firework combo. When he uses double shuriken move, you can use a whirlwind slash right after. Throwing a shuriken will cause Father Owl to teleport a slam attack above you. You might not want to do it at face value. You can use this to your advantage if he gets too far back and can prevent him from recovering posture. The umbrella is still very useful if you choose to use it in phase 1. The fire umbrella can prevent him from extending certain combos like his Ichimonji double. Parrying his Ichimonji attack lets him possibly extend the move, so the umbrella is still really useful against him this phase. His Miss Raven move is such a big overhaul, even though it doesn't look like it. You still need to be aggressive, but it's in his playing field. Soon as you think you get advantage, he gets it back. He knows when to adapt to the scenario in the fight, and respond accordingly, though it's the same for you. You can still capitalize to every opening he gives. Remember, he still has his own moveset, so take advantage to keep it on the aggressive whenever he tries to recover posture. Phase 2 gives Father Owl extensions on his passive moveset and when he disappears. The moveset can be activated not only by passive activity from the player, but at times extending certain combos or just flat out disrupting your attacks to gain an advantage. With these changes, Father Owl feels complete. One of the main arguments I've started to hear about Sekiro is that the game feels easier compared to the other FromSoft games. I agree with this. Kind of. In a FromSoft game, the bosses have always controlled the pace of the fight. They attack, you react to them. You as a player have no control of the pace of the fight depending on the boss. Speedrunners rely on scripting the boss by activating certain moves. This is too technical for the average player, as speedrunners still have to rely on boss behavior since one mistake can kill their run. Sekiro is different because the player controls the pace instead of the bosses, even with bosses who have movesets to try to steal advantage from the player. Sekiro has two ways to kill a boss, the health bar and posture meter. We've discussed this already. You could wait around and chip away at the boss's health, but Sekiro has made it clear that playing that way is wrong, because being aggressive still rewards you with both types of damages. The first playthrough seems hard because the game goes out of its way to hide the prayer beads behind mini bosses, which only makes the player get better at the game. The game becomes easier the more you play because the player's ability to control the pace of the fight completely. If you combine the fact that you can increase your attack power even more by skill level, the game looks easy after the first or two playthroughs. I think it's because of the way the game is scaled base game. I tried playing the game by scratch and the game felt too easy even if you have every prayer bead necklace. The enemy's posture just completely disappears almost instantly. I think this is why some people think the umbrella is broken. The umbrella just melts the posture and health of certain bosses, but you won't unlock it until late game. The game seems almost like a breeze at a certain point for the player once they play enough. FromSoft knew this and they added a harder difficulty mode for the player. After you beat the game for the very first time, you replay the game like usual and reach Kuro. Once you talk to him, you'll be given the option to give Kuro a charm. Kuro says if Wolf is sure, but once you give Kuro the charm, that's the first increased difficulty. Once you defeat the ogre, you can take an alternate route away from the usual into a cave. A headless mini-boss awaits. Behind them is an exit leading to Senpo Temple. It's not an early access though. There's a giant bell awaiting for you. If you ring it, you unlock the demon bell effect, which increases enemy drop rate of items. These two effects make the enemies receive less posture damage and receive more damage to the player. Blocking also damages you, so parrying becomes more important than it is already. FromSoft usually avoids anything direct to change the difficulty of the game, and the game's customization option is what really affects difficulty for the player. People will tend to say magic is broken for this reason when they forget that builds like intelligence or faith take time to make strong. You need to sacrifice HP and armor to make do with them. Certain items that you need are locked behind quests, unlike certain sword or greatsword weapons available to the player. At most, you have to play until a certain point of the game, but with magic items, if they disappear, then you can't get them back. So of course magic is going to be powerful. It's just that it takes a lot of investment to make it viable. Sekiro doesn't have these options. The best you can do is maybe not collect all prayer beads, though like I said, the game still feels easy without all of them. The option with Kuro's Charm and Bell Demon is FromSoft's first direct approach to change difficulty. This is the only time they've done it because I think they knew once players got better at the game, they would want a more difficult option. This was their approach to it, and I think that Kuro Charm and Bell Demon are meant to be used permanently after every future playthrough. Kuro's Charm can only be activated in the beginning of the game, and you can't give Kuro back his charm if you decide to take it back again. Demon Bell can be deactivated whenever you want, as well as reactivated. These two options are available before the first boss, so I do think you are supposed to activate both of these after the game becomes easier for the player. These two effects don't change the bosses either. The bosses still flow well and won't go down as easily. It'll just require you to parry more properly, and you can't rely on blocking attacks anymore, with bosses chipping you down with every missed parry. Major attacks will kill you as well. Because of the inclusion of these two options, it affected my ranking a lot, and I said before the list that I played the game with these two activated. The difficulty increase don't ruin the bosses, yet it's another feature that helps excel all the bosses with the exception of Ape Duo and Folding Screen Monkeys. They all benefit from this simple system, and it makes you look further into their kits how to take advantage of other openings you might not look into. The only meaningful big change is the Demon of Hatred. The Fire Umbrella doesn't protect you from his jump AoE attack and will chip your health. The umbrella effectiveness gets nerfed with the changes, so you will have to look into other prosthetics. I know I've only talked about the umbrella, yet the other prosthetics are still really good. The Sen Throwable creates major posture damage you can get in between attacks for bosses like Lady Butterfly, Gyobu, and Corrupted Monk. The Axe prosthetic is really effective against any unblockables that require you to stomp on bosses. The Spears prosthetic can be used to disrupt certain boss combos and prevent them from running away if you're quick enough. The umbrella though flows much better than any other prosthetic, I'm not gonna lie. It keeps the flow maintained throughout the fight much better than any other prosthetic, that's why it's so favored. Anyways, like I said, the increased difficulty option excels all the bosses with the reasons I stated. Father Owl is one of the bosses that benefits the most from Sekiro's roster. If I'm being honest, if I was to rank the bosses with the normal difficulty, then Father Owl wouldn't be number 1. Most likely Isshin or Demon of Hatred would. I used to think this boss was a bit easy, even with the inner version, but the difficulty increase changed that completely. Father Owl's kit becomes more scary due to the fact that his attacks can't be blocked. A lot of the major attacks will drain your health or ruin your run. The boss goes from a decent difficulty to one of the best balanced bosses ever. All his moves feel like they need an appropriate reaction, and the increased stats to him makes it feel like you have to work for that death blow. If you haven't played Sekiro with the increased difficulty option, you might not presume it's a big change, but it's literally day and night. For me, I didn't feel like using the prosthetic until I upped the difficulty. Then I started to notice that missing the parries on smaller moves took its toll on my health bar, and started to go through my gorges faster. Parrying the firework attacks also wasn't viable anymore with this change, and going around him would allow Owl to start creating distance after one attack. It follows through with Owl's design philosophy that small changes can affect how you play a boss, and these changes add up to create the perfect boss experience I have ever played. Father Owl's kit tests the main mechanics of Sekiro specifically, and it does it without flaw. Combine that with the fact with the increased difficulty, Father Owl creates a perfect boss fight against the player and encourages the player to look deeper into his kit to gain an advantage. Every move he does has an appropriate reaction to it and has a counterplay to it whether big or small. Owl focuses mostly on the base mechanics of Sekiro to challenge the player, opposite of what Demon of Hatred did, and doesn't test multiple mechanics like Isshin does. Father Owl decides to focus on one thing and does it perfectly. Inner Father Owl is the best boss because of the way FromSoft focused on him, testing the player's skill, when combined with the Kuro Charm effect and Demon Bell. Inner Father Owl requires nothing but flawless reactions from the player, and I love it. Any mistake will cost you, and it shows with his kit. The smallest attacks can ruin your flow and cost you. This boss is the peak of what's possible in Sekiro, and I want more of it. The game feels easy now because Inner Father Owl makes the player better and how Sekiro mechanics works. You control the pace of the fight from this point on in future playthroughs. I can go through this boss in over 2 minutes because of how Inner Father Owl makes the player better after you understand how pushing his kit is for the player's base mechanics. Sekiro creates a unique experience where the player just utterly dominates the game after a certain point, and it's thanks to Inner Father Owl existing. Which isn't a bad thing. Sekiro wants you to get better. It wants you to master its mechanics, and most importantly, it wants you to be a dominant force in the game. Sekiro was built around the player getting better and beating the odds like its other set of family games. The difference is that Sekiro makes it clear to retain what is taught to you every playthrough with Genichiro, and doesn't try to force cheat a win from you like other FromSoft titles would do at times. Other FromSoft titles will go out of its way to rob a win from you on purpose. That's the FromSoft intention. You're not supposed to win, but sometimes we want to feel like we aren't ganked just because we didn't pay attention for half a second. Sekiro fixed all this while giving us one of the best rosters ever in their catalog. Inner Father Owl, Isshin, and Demon of Hatred are just the tips of the iceberg of what Sekiro's gameplay is possible. Inner Father Owl is the best boss for showing potential, and why I put it in my number 1. Overall, Father Owl is a 10 out of 10 boss, and is FromSoft's best boss they have ever created. It joins the leagues, at least for me, with the bosses like Nameless King, Lady Maria, or Belle, who have tested the limits of their own game. Inner Father Owl joins that roster because of how it goes into the roots of Sekiro to challenge the player and focus on that category of Sekiro's mechanics with, in turn, improving the player's skill and decision making going through any future playthroughs of Sekiro. Describing Inner Father Owl as perfect is an understatement. It is the pinnacle of boss design, with only a few bosses in gaming history being able to match that quality or even come close to it. But Inner Father Owl stands on top of any boss that could even challenge his level of quality. As game design improves, I think developers are realizing again that bosses are meant to be an obstacle to the player instead of a checkpoint. So many games, I'd say before 2022, have gone the spectacle or lore boss routes that they end up forgetting why boss battles are important. Inner Father Owl works both as a lore and challenging boss fight, showing the level of quality that FromSoft has shown before Elden Ring, understanding the fundamentals of Sekiro's engine, and perfecting a boss design in a one-title game. Purely amazing how FromSoft was able to get the design down, but for one of their most popular games that put them in the mainstream map.
そなたはそなたはシュラではない。
Sekiro is a remnant of the PS1 to Xbox 360 to PS3 era of gaming, where developers use difficulty as a proper game mechanic instead of using it as a tool to, I guess, artificially inflate hours into a game. They recognized that proper game balancing was important, at least to some degree, and focused on that to try to pace out their game where the player doesn't feel like the game is trying to rob their time out of them. Obviously, games during this era still try to pander your time as much as possible, but they did it in a way where it felt rewarding to the player. They would either add special rewards or other game options that the player could go far after beating the base game. Something like Halo's Reach Goals or Call of Duty Zombies mode is probably the best example, with one adding to the base game and another adding another game in itself entirely. Once the game genre started to grow along with the popularity of gaming landscape, developers had more options to work with to try to cater to a bigger audience. Games started to focus more on other aspects, which led to a loss of focus on difficulty design, whether intentional or not. Obviously, depending on the game is trying to convey, difficulty could be the last thing in the developer's mind to either make the experience of the player smooth as possible or seeing it not really as an option. Though difficulty is still considered in some capacity, whether developers see it or not. Yes, I could be playing a story game, but if the game is going out of the way to create a gameplay loop for the player to experience, then why not try to focus on that aspect as much as the story, or at least close to it, to create a better experience for the player. God of War 2019 is fun to play, but the gameplay loop gets stale, with the side content barely touching what's possible. The difficulty is one-sided, either the game is too easy or the hardest option kicks your ass because how artificial it feels. Yes, God of War 2019 went a more narrative route, unlike its predecessors, but it still went out of its way to create a combat loop satisfying enough for old fans. I just feel like that potential still hasn't been reached yet with the series, and it doesn't help with the RPG aspects with the armor stuff. Like, I hate the system. It just takes away from the actual things that could be invested in the game and just artificially creates a sense of progress. This system has existed in RPG games for a long time, and that's fine. I understand why it exists, because it's a way to create a sense of progress. The player wants to feel stronger. The issue becomes when other games try to incorporate the system because they don't realize why it works. They think, as long as the player feels stronger, then it's fine. It's not fine, because you have to consider the difficulty the player is using and how the difficulty affects every possible gameplay aspect in that game. On top of that, majority of pieces of utilities are just slightly better than each other, with certain special ones losing that unique feel to them, because the common armor you found late game somehow has better stats than the legendary gear you found mid-early-ish game. I don't have a problem with games using this type of system. I have a problem with them not understanding how it will mesh with its gameplay loop and seeing it as an artificial growth so they don't have to pan out every possible moment for the player's growth. This is just one of many examples I could use to argue why games not considering difficulty in their games is bad. What I'm trying to say is, gaming sort of forgot what made gaming so special and why it was so niche up until now. The achievement of completing a game or gaining something from it is why gaming grew to its monstrous size now. That sense of beating the odds or accomplishing a game that really teaches you something is why people love gaming. There's nothing more satisfying than booting up a game and seeing a team or person's vision come to life and seeing what it has to offer. You are playing a game that shows a person's creative mind and experience what their vision has to show. Whether it's a story-based game, a shooter, a visual novel, it doesn't matter. You're experiencing that vision of a person's hard work. FromSoft has always followed the design of game creation. If it meant sacrificing an audience for their vision, they would happily oblige. It's why even before Elden Ring, people really love FromSoft work. You can feel Miyazaki's vision and work in the games he has directed. That's why I love Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice, and why it is FromSoft's best work. It showed that the era that we thought was gone still existed, and that games like Sekiro, who put gameplay first, are why my love for gaming sparked again. I've always looked for a game that had a gameplay loop as its main focus, because it's what I look for in gaming. It goes back to what I said about what qualifies as a good game. If it's fun to you, then it's a good game. A fun game for me, it's when the gameplay itself is the main focus, and Sekiro accomplished that after years and years of trying to find that. Sekiro goes miles above to cater to that experience with one of the best sword combats ever created. FromSoft has went out of its way to cater to a gameplay first before anything. It goes back to my previous video where instead of telling you, FromSoft shows you with its roster of bosses and mechanics given to the player. Though before Sekiro, I feel like FromSoft never managed to land the mark to give us a good balance of both. They've always kept things simple for the player because their main goal has always been the bosses. bosses. Sekiro broke that design rule because I think FromSoft realized they can't push the boundaries their bosses offer without pushing the boundaries of the player, creating a flawless gameplay loop that tests the player's skill while giving us the best boss roster from any FromSoft game until this point. There are no weak bosses, except Guardian Ape Duo, in this game. The repeat bosses also give something different from their counterpart, unlike in other games. FromSoft goes out of its way to create a new moveset instead of just copy and pasting the boss, unlike in other games. FromSoft knew they had something special and didn't hold back in Sekiro's gameplay loop. They wanted to maximize as much as they could to give us the perfect game, with Sekiro's mechanics being in the forefront of that design. It didn't take them multiple games with this new system. They got it first try. It's a gameplay loop they tried to transfer to Elden Ring, but they failed to realize why it worked in Sekiro and not Elden Ring. It's why people like Joseph Anderson brought it up in his A Shattered Masterpiece video. While I overall disagree with a lot with that video's argument against Elden Ring the thing I will agree with is that Sekiro affected how boss design is approached in future titles. Sekiro allowed a new understanding gateway for FromSoft to design bosses in Elden Ring, showing what bosses are capable of. Sekiro works as a prototype and final product for FromSoft. That's why Sekiro felt so complete for me. Sekiro is the peak of what FromSoft has achieved, and I want more of that specifically. I feel like FromSoft created something special, and them letting this system go would be a waste to their creative path going forward. They showed what this type of system can achieve, and bosses like Demon of Hatred, Inner Father Owl, and Isshin are just a taste of FromSoft's full understanding of this system. I want more Sekiro combat loop, and more Sekiro content in general. Sekiro's system is perfect because it allows FromSoft to go beyond their basic understanding of their own design. They don't have to worry on how do we balance around a system for bosses. Now it's how can we expand these bosses with Sekiro's mechanics. They tried to do the same with Bloodborne, but they failed because they didn't understand the system they had in that game. Sekiro fixed all those issues and perfected it with a full understanding of what differentiates Sekiro from other FromSoft other projects. That's why Sekiro in itself is perfect, because FromSoft knew they had to get this game right if they were going to introduce such a different combat system, and they nailed it perfectly since that's the only way they could have done this game justice. Sekiro satisfied that craving I've been looking for years, of looking for a perfect combat loop that tests the limits of the player, and why I got into other games like Nioh and Hollow Knight, because I want that craving again. I don't want Bloodborne remastered, I don't want Dark Souls 4, I don't want more Elden Ring, I don't want Duskbloods, especially with that fuck ass $500 price tag for the Switch 2. I want Sekiro 2. And I want a DLC that could keep that momentum going for its mechanics. We're so close to a system that could change FromSoft direction for the better. It just hasn't been acknowledged by them, or they've been purposely edging fans once the time comes. On YouTube, behind all those mid-born essay hyping up the game than it really is, behind essays on why Undead Berg one single ladder changes the game design, and behind essays of Elden Ring's flawless release, there's an appreciation to Sekiro as a game that people tend to ignore. The difference is that everyone says Sekiro is almost perfect, or Sekiro is almost a masterpiece. No, I do not agree with what they have to say with this notion. We take the word perfect too literal for media, whether we think it's perfect or not. It's annoying because when a media does everything perfectly, but has one or two flaws, then people say it's almost perfect. But when a media has some obvious flaws, but shows potential to be great, it's described as perfect, even though it doesn't reflect that potential. Sekiro is a victim of this because of the main focus on its gameplay loop, while not focusing necessarily on other aspects of the game like in other FromSoft titles would. This is not a valid argument to classify it as almost perfect or almost a masterpiece game. Sekiro is perfect, and it is a masterpiece. If it's not to you, then that's fine, it isn't. But to me, Sekiro is perfect, and that's all that matters. Sekiro is a hidden stepping stone for gaming that went under the radar. Though people like Donkey showed why this game is amazing, and why it won Game of the Year. Sekiro for now is FromSoft's greatest piece of work in terms of gameplay, and that's what I look for in gaming. Sekiro is a reflection of what's possible, while utilizing the potential the combat had, and not holding any of that potential back against the player. I think now, the only way FromSoft can ever surpass this level of quality is by giving us a sequel.